Can you take off this week?
Hi Dave, how are you?
Sunday.
Come here. Everyone is here, so we'll go ahead and get started, Gary.
Just very quickly, there's been several documents added to the materials. I'm not sure exactly which ones, but if you're opening from the agenda to go app, you'll want to refresh. So you open the meeting and just hit refresh at the bottom there.
But on Sire, they would be refreshed.
On the website, yeah, the public website will automatically refresh.
Great, all right. Thanks, Louise. We'll go ahead and begin our council work session today. Special welcome to the mayor. Appreciate your being here. Seems like we missed you the last time or two.
It's been too long, yeah.
It's great to have you back. And we'll
I was
begin.
gonna say I missed you too, but kind of under oath here, all right?
Yeah. You missed being here anyway.
Yes.
We are in the City Center Conference Room on Tuesday, July 7th at noon. And we'll begin with a roll call. Mayor, would you start that for us?
Yes, John Curtis.
Gary Winterson.
Kim Santiago.
Alan Moore. Dave Sewell. Kay Van Buren.
Kelly Haynes.
Gary Garrett.
Matt Taylor.
Brian Jones.
Louise Jorgensen.
Thank you. We also welcome Terry Welsh, who is a collections manager in our Public Works wastewater area. And we appreciate your being here. Terry, would like to invite you to open our meeting with prayer at this time and then share any thoughts that you'd like about your work and your area. Thanks.
Our most kind and gracious eternal Heavenly Father, at this time we give Thee thanks for this opportunity of being able to be here at this council workshop meeting. We're so thankful for those that preside over us and have leadership over this great city, Provo. And at this time we would like to thank those that were involved, our mayor, our city council, for their dedication, their hard work that they put forth in making this a beautiful city of Provo. We would ask Thee to also at this time bless the city employees, that they will be watched over and protected from any harm or accidents. And we're thankful for them, their dedication, and their services that they provide for us. Father in heaven, we're so thankful and so blessed to be able to live in this great city. And we give Thee our thanks for that opportunity. At this time, we also give Thee our thanks for the men and women that have served before us, the military, for their sacrifices and their dedication for serving and giving us our freedom which we have. And especially this time of year that we are able to celebrate Independence Day. And we're so thankful for all those that made our celebration a great success and a wonderful time of being able to enjoy the freedom which we have. Father, we give Thee our thanks again for Thy many blessings Thou hast given unto us. And we again appreciate those that are in service. And these blessings and favors we ask for at this time and say these things humbly. In the name of our Savior, Jesus Christ, amen.
Amen. Thank you, Terry. Maybe start out by telling us how long you've worked for Provo City, and if it's always been in public works, what your history is.
I've been here 34 years,
Wow.
and it's been short years. Believe me, it's gone by quick. I am the section manager of the wastewater collection department. We maintain approximately 300 miles of sewer that's in the city. I've seen a lot I've been here when we had the flood at 83, 84, the microbursts that we've had, the hailstorms, and the big thing that really sticks out in my mind is the teamwork that we have in our city. It's amazing. We can almost do anything with our manpower. We did have a few contractors involved in the flood of 83, 84, but most part of it, we pretty much took care of it ourselves. It's been great. We maintain about 6,000 manholes in the city. We do not own the city laterals or the laterals. They are all private in the city. We do provide a service that we do run a camera, closed circuit camera, to help them find their problems, to help contractors locate the laterals. But we do not own the laterals in itself. But let's see, what else is there?
Any questions for Terry, Gary?
I need to tell you a little bit about Terry. When people see this man, they're not usually happy because there's problems in the house. And Terry has always, he has an attitude, and with the workers there, he makes things, we're going to be okay. And he really helps people. I'm grateful for Terry. I've used him in that service. I think that's something we need to let the residents know a little bit more about. The little cameras are really great, and they can help you find and pinpoint different things with the challenges that we face. I don't know how many people actually know about that, and I don't want to give him a whole lot more work, but that could be such a blessing to people. I mean, there's a line that goes those laterals. You start at one end of the house and you go clear out to the street. Well, where in the heck could that be? They pinpoint it. And they say, if you'll dig here, you'll be fine. We've had situations where I had they were putting fiber in, cut right through the sewer line. Oh, sorry about that. And then Terry brought the camera and he says, no, that's not, there's the fiber, and it showed the picture, and contractors came out and said, no, we didn't do that. Well, here's the picture. And it was just so nice to have Terry and his crew there. His attitude passes on to his crew, and I'm just grateful to have him there. So,
Wow, that's good to know.
Thanks, Gary.
Yeah, and 34 years is remarkable service to our city. Terry, we thank you for that. Any other questions or comments, Hal?
I'm curious to learn a little more about the way in which your duties are differentiated from those of stormwater. What do you consider to say the two major differences?
No, they are separate. We do have a separate department. We maintain all sanitary sewers. They maintain all storm drains. They are separate systems. They don't combine. They have their equipment for their situations, and we have ours. They're very close, very similar as far as jet trucks. They have the big jet combo trucks that we do. But they are a separate system and totally different. If we have sewer going into the storm drain, that's not good. That's not right. If we have stormwater going into our system, then we're treating unnecessary water at the plant and at our lift stations. So they're different.
How do you interface with the management of the plant?
I work close with the plant. Storm drain, they work fairly close, but not as close as I do. If they have some issues with groundwater, then they'll get involved with myself and Mark over the plant.
Yes. Thank you.
So along Gary's line, he's always got a smile. And the second thing you need about Terry is if you're going to shake his hand, you better up your game and be ready for a vice grip.
Okay,
Yeah.
That hasn't waned over 34 years, has it?
No. Got to show him who's boss. But I've enjoyed working with Provo City. It's given me an opportunity to be with my family, you know, the work schedule, to be with my family, and as our department, we get to work with almost every department in the city. We help with the back trucks. We help energy. We help energy a lot. We've been excavating telephone poles for them, putting them in pretty tight places. Also parks, fire department, we clean their storm drains, help for them, where they park their trucks. Water department, we help them excavate holes and help with their water valves, clean them out. So we get around, and that's another beauty of my job, is I get to associate with a lot of the different departments. I like that.
Well, Terry, thank you so much. Thank you for sharing your knowledge
Thank
and
you.
your passion for your work and your city with us today. It's been very helpful and
Thanks
educational.
for having me.
Appreciate that very
Appreciate it.
much. Thank you. We'll first turn to the approval of minutes from our previous meeting. Several listed here. I trust you've had a chance to review those. I'll mention the dates, February 5th, which was actually a retreat, our early retreat, early in the year. Then we have the work meeting minutes from April 21st, May 5th. May 12th and 14th were also retreats on the Vision 2030 and RAP tax. And then the May 14th work meeting, the May 19th work meeting, May 28th was the budget retreat, and the June 2nd and June 16th work meetings. If you've had a chance to look at those and forward your comments to Louise, I'll look for a motion to approve these minutes. Kim.
On May 19th, there was one section under item 5, the Wasatch Parking Program, where the budget information got put in that section. So that section is not complete yet. So I don't know if you want to move that to the next meeting, or if we want to, probably need to, because we don't really know what's going in that section.
Okay. May 19th, that's May 19th?
May 19th.
All right. Any other comments on the minutes? A motion then to approve these with the exception of May 19th? By Councilmember Miller, and a second by Councilmember Santiago. Those in favor? Great, that passes unanimously, and we'll look for the work meeting minutes for the 19th for our next agenda. Then, thank you.
We just switched to item 7 on this point.
Next, we will go to item 7 on our agenda, which is the discussion regarding the potential urban deer control program in Provo City, and we'll turn to Brian Jones for this item. Is that right? Did I do that right?
It is. Louise looked like she was going to say something.
Yeah, they had a delay.
And I'm happy to take this one, although I don't really know, I guess, where to start, in the sense that my understanding from Ryan was that the purpose of... Go ahead.
They had a miscommunication of that. This is being sponsored by the mayor's office.
Right.
So,
It is?
yeah.
No.
I talked, according to Wayne, that was our conversation. Urban deer control. Okay.
There was, so let me just say this, and then we can take it where we want to if there's even a need to discuss it, which is that some people came down from Urban Deer Control, from Division of Wildlife Resources, to leadership meeting a couple weeks ago. I was not there. Robert West from the City Attorney's Office was there. And when we passed the ordinance a while back prohibiting feeding of deer and other certain animals inside city limits, the reason for doing that was as a first step to putting in place an urban deer control plan. And having that ordinance in place was one of the requirements under state statute in order to be able to have such a plan. And you'll recall that there was quite a bit of public comment during that meeting from citizens, especially up in the affected neighborhoods, about the need for such a plan. And so the next step is for a draft plan to be prepared. And this may have been what Wayne was thinking, in the sense that my understanding is that it's the administration's responsibility to prepare that plan. And what happens is that plan gets prepared, and then and in addition to that, a
Certificate of registration.
certificate of registration is requested from the Division of Wildlife Resources, authorizing implementation of the plan. There is an item on council meeting this evening for the council to express, to authorize the mayor to request the certificate and to prepare the plan. It's probably not strictly necessary, in the sense that I don't know that the mayor needs to be authorized to do that if the administration already wishes to seek the certificate and to prepare the plan and submit it. However, I think the discussion was put on for this meeting in case the council had questions or comments about what they thought ought to be in the plan. And I believe the item is on for council meeting tonight because the council at least wanted to, at least my understanding was the council had wanted to consider an expression of their policy intent to support such a plan and to indicate that that was the direction that the council wished for the administration to go.
And Matt, I apologize for the confusion. I think where I'm at personally on this is lacking a strong policy direction from the council. We don't intend to move forward.
Yeah, I think, and part of the purpose of this discussion is this letter has been prepared for tonight's consideration, so one opportunity for you to discuss the issue. Also, there are a few details about how the plan is prepared. If I recall correctly, Brian, whether the deer will be trapped or
so there's a relocation plan.
What was the correct word? A relocation plan or harvesting? Yes, harvesting is what I was looking for. Harvested. Both come with different impacts to the city financially. They may also have search and perception or other policy considerations behind them, and so this is an opportunity for you to discuss maybe part of the direction of how you prefer the administration prepare that plan.
May I also add, depending upon the plan, it will have a fiscal impact.
Yes.
And I think one of the first things we'd like to do, directed by the council, is first come back with an analysis of that fiscal impact and do a gut check with you. But you still want us to move forward once that's done.
Mr. Chair. Just a question maybe, Mayor, regarding your position. Is this a strong need you're feeling and you're passing it to the council to make the decision, or if the council chose not to, would you just as soon choose not to also?
I believe it's an important and a good thing to do. If I stack it with, prioritize it, it's not bumping up against the top, if that makes sense. And so that's one of the reasons I'm looking to the council to say, no, this is important and we want it on the top of the stack.
Mr. Chair, that's very much the impression the council extended to the public when this was a matter of public conversation recently. And as I recall, our intent was to do exactly what we planned this evening, that is to authorize the mayor to proceed with the steps necessary to satisfy the requirements of the state and department.
Which could include a fiscal analysis then as well.
I assume there'll be ample time for consideration.
As I understand it, their program, I don't think we're looking at a program this fall. Right. I don't think there's any way this comes together. And so we're probably looking at a year before we would implement the program.
Have we had any feedback on Highlands? I haven't heard a report necessarily, other than rumors that it's been working
One of
great.
the reasons it started with administration and city council is there has been a lot of dialogue in some of the meetings I attend with other mayors on these two programs. And Highland is delighted with their program, at least the mayor is. And yet, I think some of my reservation comes from, I've watched how much work has gone into this program for them and how dependent it is on one specific resident who has volunteered, has the skill set and has volunteered a large amount of time to make the program successful. Lacking that, we have a large hill to climb. The reality also is that this gets some of the deer. It reminds me of carp removal at Utah Lake. This is not a one and done thing. This is ever, you start this and you commit to it until you want the deer back in. If you're not doing it, they'll come back in.
I suggested it be earlier than a year from fall. Some gardens tend to suffer in the summer.
Yeah,
and because the deer don't migrate necessarily.
It would be my intent to implement as quickly as we can get the right program in, and as it matches the dates that the state will allow us to do it.
The DNR Division of Natural Resources, they said that there is a season that's best for taking the deer because they're not having
migration
fawns and they're not, and so they said there is a prime time to do that. And so I think the timing will probably depend on recommendations.
And I could be wrong, but my impression was that was the fall.
Yeah.
And that's where I'm thinking we will be ready here for fall.
For this fall.
For the fall, rather than this one. Now, if it came together and if we could identify this individual that Highland has, or if you would come do it over here, I think we could be ready rather quickly. But if not having identified him or her makes me a little hesitant to say how close we are to doing this.
So that one person organizes the whole effort, or that one person does the deer work?
In Highland's case, they had an individual who was very skilled and understood the deer and bow hunting, and he did the yeoman's work of organizing, of monitoring who went out, what happened when they went out every day. If a single arrow was lost, he was finding it, and he was deeply involved as a volunteer in their process, and I don't think they could have pulled off what they did without him.
So is Highland the only one that you know of? Or are there others that are-
Harriman, I think, has a
Yeah, I'm
program.
not familiar with Harriman's. Bountiful's, we have not spent a lot of time talking about, and there seems to be a feeling that, they didn't put as much effort into it as they needed it for it to be all that it could be, and that it's, at least in the discussions that I've been in, it's not the preferred method. Harvesting versus trapping. And I would look to the council too for that leaning of policy on which was the preferred method. And this is, I think, one of the things that I'm positioning for is if we start this, we got to be all in. And if the pressure comes and pushes back, I want to turn around and be by myself.
I assume you're thinking of the expert from Highland serving as a consultant, so I can foresee offense being taken by our local experts in the habits of deers and elimination here.
Thank you for the clarification. You're correct.
I guess the reason we received this certificate of liability insurance is letting us know that this is what we have to protect ourselves in. Should we adopt this program?
Well, I think
$2 million line?
The reason why that's attached is because when you request this certificate of registration from the state, you have to prove to them that you have insurance. So that's just one of the attachments that would go with the request.
And do we feel comfortable with that amount? And I guess we'd have to look and see what the incidence of how much it's used, if it's ever been used, or what the deal is, just to know whether we're truly comfortable with the $2 million limit. Because that liability insurance is not very much usually.
Well, this is, I'm trying to open the file. I think this is just a copy of the city's.
I think it is. It
Standard
is for the city corporation, Dan Pollock.
Yeah.
So I think it's just the city liability of $2 million, and that's what we basically cover for most things. Is the deer hunt any different? Controlled deer hunt?
No, the caps under the Governmental Immunity Act should still apply, which are less than $1 million anyway. It's just the state requires proof of insurance in order to issue the certificate.
My impression is the liability compared to some of our other activities is actually rather low.
Okay. If there are no other comments or questions at this time, we can look forward to discussing it more this evening and requesting administration to begin work on the certificate, requesting the certificate of registration, and we can include in that the analysis of the impact it would have on our budget and that kind of thing. So, anything else? All right. I know there has been quite a bit of interest from the public on this issue. So, all right. So we'll come back then to item 4, which is the discussion about the proposed People's Lobby legislation regarding efforts to protect agriculture in Provo City. I see Jeff Swift is here, and Rachel also. I think you're going to be presenting this item to us today, Mr. Miller.
Make an introduction.
Please.
Both Jeff and Rachel are well known to us. Jeff is from Nation Builder and accompanied the CEO of Nation Builder some months ago in a presentation to the administration and the municipal council regarding the merits of that particular platform for civic government. Jeff is also the creator of the People's Lobby concept, something he developed as part of a doctoral dissertation at North Carolina State University. And he was kind enough to lend his considerable insights to a pilot of the People's Lobby proposal here in Provo. So under his supervision, and with the help, coincidentally, of Rachel, who was recommended by a political science department, Professor Chris Karpowitz at BYU, specifically to be a moderator of the lobby. They conducted it with the help of a consulting group from New Zealand, and it has seen its instantiation here. They've come today to report on what they learned and what the lobby achieved, and to also suggest that the experiment continue for yet the second round in the fall. And so I'm very pleased to introduce them, Jeff and Rachel, for the report. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. No, thanks. I've seen the chicken. Maybe Jeremy free. I don't see.
Okay. Thank you so much for the introduction. Thank you so much for your time this morning. I really appreciate it. I've enjoyed working with every one of you, and I'm excited to tell you a little bit more about the People's Lobby. Rachel's handing out a report that we put together. The People's Lobby team has put together. We'll go through briefly the slides. We have 15 slides. So my hope is that we can go through these relatively quickly or I will talk relatively briefly about each one. If there are any questions along the way, please feel free to interrupt me right in the middle of the sentence. I'm here to just answer any questions and give you a basic rundown of what happened. So just to give you a little bit of background about where this came from. There seems to be a problem, or a thing that I've seen that happens in many cities. A local government will have a decision that needs to be made. They will publicize a meeting or two about this decision online. They will post paper notices all around the city. 4 people will show up, and they're the same 4 people that always show up. And there will be a brief discussion about it. This local government will make the decision after careful deliberation. They will publish the results, whether that's a policy, a legislation, whatever it might be, and then the rest of the city gets mad. And they say, well, you missed this thing. Why didn't you take this into consideration? I'm so upset about this. And they start complaining about that decision. Now, the local government says, well, we gave you the opportunity to participate. The citizens say we didn't, maybe they didn't show up because they weren't sure that it was going to have an impact. So there are these 2 competing problems, or 2 kind of complementary problems. And one is that the people, in some cases, don't feel heard. The corollary problem is that the government tries its best to get feedback from the people, and the people just don't talk. So these 2 competing problems are both, do you get more people in, and then there's more, how do you get more people in? How can we get the word out more about these things? The government has done everything, the local government has done everything possible. So the purpose of the People's Lobby is to bridge that gap, is to create a meaningful, targeted, contained location for people to be able to participate in local government in a way that's meaningful to them as well as to the local government. So we've done this by developing the People's Lobby project. This has been published in the Journal of Public Deliberation, and Provo was the first city to ever implement it. And we learned a lot from the process. The goal was to have a deliberative policy creation process. Just boil it down to that. Have it be representative, have it be a small group of deliberators who come up with a policy or a set of policy guidelines for the city. So this first People's Lobby instance took place from just at the beginning part of this year. And we had some great successes. We're going to go through the things that we're going to do better next time, but just to brag a little bit, we solicited feedback from a large number of Provo residents. We had the very first phase was we published a page that said, what issue in Provo is most important to you? What would you like to see changed? We had a number of suggestions, and people commented on those suggestions. There was dialogue on the website. Then the next phase is we took a random sample of each neighborhood that was represented. So we did a stratified random sample, picked one person from each of the represented neighborhoods. There were 25 of the 34 neighborhoods that were represented. And we pulled those people into a deliberative chat room, essentially. It's more complicated than that. The tool is very sophisticated, but that's essentially what it is, the forum. And then we facilitated a discussion. This is where Rachel and Devin and then MJ Kaplan who's affiliated with the New Zealand company, facilitated the discussion and came up with a set of policy proposals. So the last thing is they published a set of 3 guidelines that they wanted, that were their policy priority. So the purpose is we find people from each of the neighborhoods, and then those people deliberate. They come together essentially like a jury. So it's not intended to be necessarily demographically representative or even representative of every case, but of every opinion in the city. But the idea is we give them information, they deliberate as a jury would deliberate, and then come up with a proposal at the end. So there are a few things that we learned throughout the process. We need a little bit more time to deliberate. We're going to do a little bit better next time in terms of creating a communication strategy, in terms of being on social media, in terms of writing blog posts throughout the process from the beginning all the way through to the end. The moderation team is going to take a little bit different strategy. We learned some things that didn't work as well, and we learned some things that worked very well. The moderation team is going to be a little bit more active in guiding the deliberations in a particular direction. And we're also going to make sure that we're clear in terms of between the People's Lobby team and the City Council what is the outcome is desired to be, whether it's a policy or a request or a set of guidelines or what have you. So there are a few key numbers. You can also see these key numbers summarized on page 2 of the report. But 25 neighborhoods represented. We're not doing, we relied heavily on Karen's work to get the word out with, we had a couple of stories in local newspapers. We had one in a national democratic theory type real democracy website, news outlet. And so we're going to do a little bit more on that front. But 25 out of 34 we felt happy about for the first iteration. We had 14 engaged participants in the deliberation phase. Now that might, we were happy with that considering that juries are generally 9 people. This was bigger than a jury, and they didn't have to sentence anyone, prison, but they just came up with some things that were valuable for We'll talk a little bit more about the deliberations in just a minute. I wanted Rachel to kind of give her feedback on how it worked, her perspective. There's a chart in your report, and it's also up here. The interesting thing about this chart, I'll tell you what page it's on. Page 4 in the report. The interesting thing is that in the report you can see the colors. You can't really see the colors here, but the basic idea is that on the 5th of May, so right here, each one of these colors represents a different discussion that was going on. So at the very beginning, you can tell there's a lot of green. People were figuring out that as issue selection. So at this point, we were just trying to decide what issue, what topic that people wanted to focus on. It was wide open to them. We gave them the list of priorities that people had set on that public-facing website and said, pick one of these. Talk about it, figure out which one's the best. We didn't want this to just be a majority rule sort of situation where they had to go with the word first. So they picked a topic, and then down here you can see purple. They focused a lot on the preserving farmland proposal, which ended up which ended up being here in the report. That was their final product. So you can see that they really considered a lot of different issues. They talked about it, figured out the process for deliberating, and came up with a solid set of proposals. A couple of comments I wanted to give Rachel with a couple of minutes, just kind of talk about how Rumia went.
So it was a lot of fun watching the deliberations happen. I was one of the moderators, again with a fellow student named Devin. It was really fun. The semester before this happened, Devin wrote a paper about social media and democracy, and I wrote a paper about crowdsourcing and democracy, and then we joined together for this, and it's really great to have that digital background. But the comments were really substantive throughout the entire discussion. This one's great, talking about Parks and Rec and what they've already done and the precedent that they've already seen happen throughout the town. They're saying, they're like dropping names from Scott Henderson with Provo Parks, and here in our next one, someone posted that they just got a policy note from Don Jarvis, and saying, oh, okay, well, let's benchmark ourselves with towns next door. Here's a document. It's just 4 pages. Please read it, and let's decide based on that what we can come up with. Here's another one talking about the Parks and Rec master plan that came out with a survey saying that the 3rd most prioritized action is that citizens use city revenue for the purchase of land. So while they have these priorities that they personally were interested in, they went and found very credited, legitimate sources for why the city should pursue these outcomes, and were able to produce their outcomes that way.
As you can see, here's one more chart that we've got explaining how many people were commenting. The 14 people who were active were very active. There were a couple of them that ended up falling through and not participating very much. I think we ended up with 12 had multiple comments. But there was a good number of people who were very sincerely engaged in this process. They would vote on the proposals, they would ask questions, they would disagree, they went back and forth. We debated back and forth whether we should publish the full deliberations publicly. We decided against that for a number of reasons. One of them is that we want this to be about the ideas, not about affiliations, about, oh, of course you're going to say that because you work for a company that's going to benefit, whatever it might be. We wanted the ideas to be the main focus of the deliberations here. It also turned out that a number of the people who participated are running for city council. So we're going to try to keep that, it's public, we're fine to let people know that, but we also don't want to have this be part of a campaign or anything like that. So the ideas are the main focus here. So this is a lot of text. Sorry. It's also found in your report, but these are the 3 policy priorities that the lobby came up with. So we can actually look at this on page 5 on your report if you want to get into detail about what it is. But the summary is they have these 3 kind of related areas that have to do with farmland. The first one has to do with looking at Santa Quinn's policies for agricultural sustainability, specifically about farming. The second one, more focus on community gardens. And then the third one is expanding the trail system and providing more green space for the public. Now, it turns out that all 3 of these things are already part of various different proposals, either by the mayor or the city council. So initially, when I looked at this result, I was disappointed. I was kind of hoping that they would come out with something outlandish, something like brand new that was totally exciting. They would mandate, I don't know, whatever, something crazy. Everyone had to buy a Prius from now on. Something that was just totally different than anything that had happened before. So initially, I was a little disappointed. As I did a little more poking around and thinking about this, it became clear that there are a couple of different scenarios about what has happened. Either these various proposals are already moving forward, and serious progress has been made on all 3 of these, and these people just don't know about them. So in this case, it would be a communications issue, where the city is already doing this. Yes, we've already bought land for this. Yes, we're already doing community gardens. Yeah, but we just, when a citizens jury gets together and decides what policy they want, they just have no idea that this is already happening. The other possibility is that it's actually not happening yet. And the people are saying, can we make this happen sooner rather than later? So there are some lessons that can be learned. I'm still excited about the crazy, Prius mandates or whatever for in the future. But for this time, I do think that there are a couple of exciting points that the people have come up with in terms of this is what they're interested in now. So we're interested in pursuing another people's lobby. We've spoken with Councilman Miller about doing another one in September. So we're going to obviously build on the successes we had. We're going to start now to get the word out about the next iterations, and you can see on page 6 a detailed plan of what we're going to do differently, what we're going to do the same. We've divided out the deliberations into more specific, concrete. This week 1, we're going to focus on this. Week 2, we're going to focus on this. So we've learned quite a bit. We're excited about the process. We also have charted out a plan for 2016, where there could potentially be 3 people's lobbies that happen one every 4 months. And the idea would be this would happen on a regular basis, which would create some momentum. People would see, oh, this actually does something. It's exciting. It's something that I can do. It doesn't take 3 hours, of a Tuesday afternoon, but it's something that I can do from my home, from my phone. I can participate, give my opinion, and then the city council votes on what comes, on what happens next. So seeing that a couple of times is going to expand the reach and expand the excitement. And we've got an additional communications plan that involves reaching out to local advocacy organizations, getting people interested on a number of different levels. So At this point, there are some things that I didn't cover in the presentation that are in the report. I do also want to just open up if there are any questions or comments or concerns about the process or about the results or about anything related to this. Yes.
Yeah, I wondered, you mentioned there was a wide swath of Provo residents
Yes.
that got involved initially. Was that 34? What was the number of what is wide swath equal, I guess?
25 of the 34 neighborhoods represented. That's what I was meaning in terms of.
Okay, so there was one
from all over.
One or more from each neighborhood?
One or more from
Guesstimate how many people got involved?
About 100.
100 people?
Yes, and throughout all three of the phases.
Okay, and then how did you avoid, or did you avoid the same 4 people scenario?
Yes, that's by doing it randomly, that was one of the strategies for avoiding that problem.
What was that random selection process?
So I in the database, I pulled up a list of everybody who represented it, who was from a particular neighborhood. And then I used random.org, and I just picked a number, just randomly generated a number, and if it was number 3, then I went with the third person on the list from that neighborhood. So the idea was make a very low barrier of entry. I care about bikes. That's all I had to do on the website. A very low barrier of entry at the beginning that would then put them in the kind of pool for the fuller deliberation. So the idea would be you're going to get more people who participate in terms of I care about bikes, send, then who are willing to go to a full meeting or to lobby the government officially or join a neighborhood association and be an activist or something like that. So because there's a low barrier of entry up front, then from there we drew from that big body of that big pool the smaller kind of jury model.
And in that smaller jury, were there some of those that are always politically involved, or what would you say the percentage of that group is more usually politically involved anyway?
My estimation would be a third.
A third.
There were a number of people who were clearly very well versed in a number of issues and who had connections with Don Jarvis. And then there were a number of people who were very clearly not. And then there were some people in the middle who kept up with things but weren't, they weren't on either extreme.
Was it a positive experience? Sorry, I have a lot of questions. Was it a positive experience for those who had little knowledge or were not politically involved prior? Did you feel like they were engaged and stayed engaged and they felt like it was a positive experience?
There was one person who about halfway through decided that she wasn't going to participate anymore because she didn't feel like she had anything to contribute. That is one of the things that
I don't think she thought she didn't have anything to contribute. I think she felt that the amount of knowledge stemming from those experts, those community experts who had held office or were very involved, their voices were so expert that she felt like she could get to them or speak with them or maintain that audience. But she was an exception. She's a college student. I did a little bit of a background check on her. And so she hasn't lived in Provo very long, doesn't have an incredibly deep stake in the city. And so it was a shame to lose her, but there were other college students who were in the lobby who stayed and who contributed. And we were really happy to have them.
Do you feel as a moderator there are things that can happen next time to encourage people who haven't been involved to get involved? That's the idea, right? Is to get more people involved. And how do you moderate that? How do you get those people who maybe don't have all of the history of Provo and all of that kind of stuff to get involved and to feel like they have something to contribute?
Well, I think we should have done kind of a rundown of what the city's already dealing with in the very beginning, because they didn't really know. And do you agree with me on this? That we didn't provide them with very much. And part of us was like, well, that's the point. We just kind of want to see what they come up with. But it would have been helpful at the very beginning to say, okay, we've got a bike master plan. Like, these are some of the things that are already being addressed. Don't waste your time. Like, come up with something new.
And is that what you meant by guiding the team in a particular direction? Like giving them some, or did you mean something different?
On page 6, there in the outlines for the September plan, the deliberation phase, you can see we broke it down into specific. So for week 1, we're going to break the lobby into smaller teams. And those smaller teams are going to have specific tasks that they're going to do. And this is, the plan is, this could change, but the plan is that this will allow people who don't normally participate to be in a smaller group setting with a specific task that they can help out with, so that it's not as much of a kind of everybody in one room the whole time. There will be some of that, but there will also be some broken out subgroups, which allow for the quieter people to have more of a say. So that's one of the things. I think we're going to definitely give them a little bit more direction, content-wise, in terms of here's the things that have been done, but also having the process be structured in such a way that it's smaller groups, more opportunity to participate. And so maybe they'll never participate in a big group, but in the small group, they'll have a stake in the final proposal from that specific group.
It should also be said that those who participated in the first lobby are ineligible to participate in the next one.
And the people who are in the actual deliberations, we do have the body of 100 citizens, 100 residents who participated. We're going to draw from that to send out emails about the next one. We're going to be able to build off of that success. But those 25 people who were invited and accepted are no longer, they have at least 1 year before they can ever participate in the deliberation.
How did you get the 100 names?
Those were from people who either commented on the site and said, I'm very interested, people who submitted suggestions, people who voted, or people who commented on other people's suggestions. We actually had a number of people who said, can I please be a part of the deliberation? And they weren't randomly selected, and so we had to tell them no. But so there were a number of people who were very interested in doing this in the future.
So at least 1 year before they could participate again. So if we followed that outline, that would be 3 more people's lobbies, right? You would do 3 per year.
Right, yes.
So in the 4th iteration, they could participate
They could be
again.
eligible for the deliberations again. They can always suggest topics and vote and things like that, but in the being part of the actual jury of the people's lobby, then yes, exactly.
Okay.
I know at one point we're talking about actually coming forward with some legislation and some wording that the city council would have the opportunity to study and vote on. Do you, as it says, I like all these these are 3 things seem to be recommendations for the city council to take the next step at this point. And would you feel empowered enough to be able to, for example, contact Santaquin and feel like this is what we think in Provo is relevant to our situation with regard to Santaquin's? Are you empowered enough as a citizens group, or do you feel that you need us as a governmental group to step forward and say, will you give us those documents? Will you help us understand more about what's going on and with regard to your agricultural?
In terms of requesting documents, I would have no problem in contacting Santaquin and getting their documents. In terms of taking the next step, I would think that would be out of our hands. In terms of creating a policy, creating language to vote on. But in terms of actually getting the documents and passing them on to you or whatever, what have you, absolutely.
As I read this, I just see, I'm not sure what Santaquin's got that we want.
Right.
And so I'd like to study that a little bit more, get a little bit more recommendation. I don't know if that comes from the citizens lobby or if that comes back from our staff after that.
It's a very exciting question, if I may. The role of the moderator, there were 2 of them, 3 of them actually, I'm overseeing the other 2 this time. It's a very sensitive one. And they shy from taking any kind of leaderly role. In other words, the lobby itself is its own leader. And so they would have contacted Santaquin City for more information if the lobby had requested it. But they don't consider themselves in a position to make that recommendation until the lobby makes the request. They're very respectful of the lobby's autonomy.
Which is disappointing for my Prius wishes, right? Because I didn't get to do something crazy and exciting. But that's part of the point, because I have political opinions. I have not going to pretend that I don't. I think that things should happen and things that shouldn't happen, but that's not what it's about. I don't really care what I think in this process. I want to to create a space for a randomly selected group of people to take action.
And also say, Mr. Chair, that there was a sense of disappointment on my part. I had no personal affiliation at all with the operation. But I had supposed, given the talent that we had in Mr. Jones, that there would have been a piece of proposed legislation that focused on one or more of these issues. But I appreciate the thoughtful way in which Jeff has taken the measure of these results and the way in which he has indicated that either we're well along and not yet informing the public adequately about being so, or we are not well along and we need to move faster. I'm going to be working with Don Jarvis closely in the next couple of months to flesh out a proposal for a zoning summit as per the interest of the council that would address all three of those issues. And do that in conjunction with Envision Utah as part of the grant that the council received from Envision Utah. So we'll, at some point, Don, I together perhaps, will return to the council with a proposal for a council-sponsored event that would likely lead to actual legislation, a proposal.
One thing to throw out there is we had been interested in bringing in Brian into the deliberations at some point when the people were ready for actual proposals, in order to get it narrowed down, get it focused. That's one question that we grappled with for this first iteration, is at what point to bring him in, because we didn't want the city's involvement at the beginning to shape things in an undue manner. We also didn't want the proposals to end up with something that was unconstitutional or something or lesser. But so the next iteration is going to include some more specific guided engagement from Brian and his office.
And I suppose that's the question that staff, and I'll speak to Brian too, have, is when this was originally ventured and proposed by Mr. Miller, it was characterized as a soft blessing from the council to try out this experiment. I have not had the impression that the council has formally endorsed full adoption of the program, which would mean so we've been hesitant to jump in. One, understanding really what the proposal is and trying to figure that out and to flesh out, with these recommendations and whether it's going to take some time and effort. And then two, is the council really interested in the proposal? So in my mind, it'd be a travesty to spend 10, 15, 30 hours, I don't know how much it depends on the proposal, with this lobby, and then only to find that the council is not interested in pursuing that policy direction. We put a lot of work and effort into something the council is not interested in. And so in my mind, the best course of action is if the council is interested in continuing this lobby in a more formal relationship, that when the lobby prepares a concept, if we're thinking with an efficiency mind as far as maximizing staff hours and resources, that proposal, that loose concept would come to the council. If the council then showed interest, then Brian and other staff could go to work at fleshing out more details with maybe the lobby members or with council members, however you would want to arrange that. But again, we're hesitant to jump into any type of process without the full council's endorsement.
And rightly so. And the pilot studies in the first year were meant to be largely borne by the experimental group and not rely on the office of the municipal council. So perhaps we could then come back after the iteration in the fall with not just the results, which may be more plainly legislative in character, but also with proposed budget and guidelines for the involvement of the municipal council staff.
So Jeff, how did you decide on, you have these three priorities that the People's Lobby has, the three conclusions that they've drawn. For some reason, I was expecting one, protecting agriculture. And I don't know if you're saying these are all related to agriculture, or would each People's Lobby come up with their top three priorities, or did these have equal support from the People's Lobby, and so you have three for us to consider?
That's, so, our goal for moving forward is to have one, not just an idea, but one policy, one, a document that could be voted on pretty much out of the gate.
Okay.
That has one thing. So this, this exposed some problems with the design at the beginning, to be honest. Those problems are addressed in the plan for the September iteration, but the result, because we were nervous about giving too much direction, because we frankly compressed the timeline too much at the beginning and then had to end up spreading it out a little bit, that kind of threw off the original plan. This isn't the purpose of the People's Lobby. The purpose is to come up with one thing.
Okay, so this is just a status update, that these are the current proposals that the People's Lobby is reviewing.
This is the final product of the very first People's Lobby.
Okay.
So at this point, from the council, I think the expectation is from the People's Lobby is to take some action, like Mr. Miller was talking about, in terms of basing some action off of these three. These are not ready to be voted on. You can't really vote up or down on these, especially since they're already being implemented in one case or another. For the next one, for the end goal, the end product, we're going to involve Brian Jones throughout the process more. We're going to have a different strategy of moderation and spread out the discussion over a longer period of weeks in order so that this doesn't happen again. So that there's one policy, there's one, and it might need a little bit of polish.
It's just an observation. I've watched the process from very far distance, and honestly had never saw any of the deliberations, and just had a few updates via Rachel and Jeff and Karen. So, but my observation, this is just my opinion, that to expect the People's Lobby to come with a final ordinance that's vetted and is a little ambitious. It may be more realistic if they devise a policy statement that could be further developed by the council in the form of ordinances and resolutions. That's just my opinion, that maybe that's a little more manageable for a lay group to come and say, this is the outcome, this is the results we would like to see produce. Then have the council endorse that, and then all that fleshing out details and legal and what's could happen following that. That's just my observation.
Just add that I was not an intern here while this was happening, and I didn't know much about the process of how legislation is made in local government, and neither did any of us. So we didn't give them a pre-formatted, this is how you're going to construct legislation. We just said, what do you want for Provo, and what's already happening, and you come up with it. And so this is really arbitrary in the way that it came out, it was produced, because somebody just sat down on their computer one day at home and said, well, I'd like to conduct necessary research and buy this property. And then everybody said, okay, we kind of like that, that's really good. They refined the language a little bit, and this is what arrived at the end of 2-3 weeks. Next time, we'd like to have kind of a pipeline. Here's how it's going to work, this is what you're going to do, and this is where everybody else is going to step in, so that at the end, we have a really nice refined piece that's much more viable when it arrives at your table. We just didn't know, and now we do.
I see these as real important things as we're developing neighborhood plans, especially on that west side. I think these are concepts that are great, but again, they're not we can't do this yet.
Right.
As you chose the topic, I think that we have kind of neglected some of the things that we need to do on that west side. So was that a priority of the people in the group? This is one of the most important things, or is this just a topic that Oh, yeah, I'd like to participate on that. Were they ranked at all as far as level of importance to the city?
They did actually discuss the west side quite a bit, and I think this is partly, yeah.
It was really fascinating the way that they figured out what to decide. Our goal was to, in the first 2 days of this 2-week process, come up with what we're going to talk about and then come up with a solution for the remainder. But as you can see, the green is them deciding what issue to ultimately talk about. They talked about that for about half of the time. And so they went through a whole swath of different topics, from retail to biking to everything in this town, and ultimately decided that the west side land hadn't been addressed by the people or by people in the government, so that's what they ultimately decided to work with.
So these were kind of specific areas within that overall need that they saw.
Does that answer your
So, kind of, because it shows that was the least amount of things that was discussed, or it was the highest priority. So there's two different concepts in that.
It was the highest priority of the things that they didn't think the government was addressing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's what they settled on.
Okay. So how does the council feel about the process, about the people's lobby, and to these questions that are here in our notes? Do you feel the first iteration was successful? Are you supportive of citizens' participation in this plan, and would you like to see it move ahead to a second iteration? And so maybe for clarification for me, would that second iteration be to continue with these 3 priorities?
No,
It'd be to start over, basically. Okay.
fresh beginning.
Okay.
Newly composed
Okay.
lobby
Okay.
with the refinements that, the logistical refinements.
All right. So then another issue, to be respectful of the efforts that have been put into these 3 priorities, we need to find time and a way to address those issues.
That's what Don Jarvis and I hope to
Okay.
propose in the not too distant future.
All right. Other comments on the process and program?
Yeah, so when an issue comes up and they speak about it for a few days and then it's just, they don't speak about it again, is that because something else took hold, or is that because they said, oh, the council's already working on that, or is that, what was the threshold for when they just, because there are a couple of days where they speak about something and then it's not spoken of again, and so, or were they the loud voices saying, no, this is more important, or what was the?
So the Lumio, the tool we're using is called Lumio, and one of the features of Lumio is that you can make a proposal. So there's a discussion room. So each one of these different colors is a different discussion room, and then within a discussion room you can make a proposal. So they're talking, for example, about one of the issues that you mentioned that they only talked about for a couple of days. They discuss it. Somebody puts forward a proposal. Let's move forward with this one. The proposal fails. It doesn't get the threshold that they had decided upon, percentage-wise, to move forward with that proposal. So they moved on to a different discussion. And then in some cases, they actually had 2 or 3 going at a time, where they were kind of testing out different options. And then they decided, maybe in the discussion they said, you know what, it actually turns out that they're already doing this, and so then they just moved on to a different one. So it's either proposal or a proposal that failed.
And it failed by a majority vote.
Right, exactly. And they decided what percentage counted for failing or passing.
What was that percentage? What was the percentage?
For most of the time, it was 75%. So they decided to make some change. They actually discussed the process a little bit. That's one of the key things about this whole thing, is that they have final say about everything. So if we go to them and say, could you make a policy statement, or could you make an actual fleshed out policy, we want to give them the ability to say, we would rather do a statement than a policy than a full-on, or maybe we'd rather do the full-on thing because for these reasons. We want to give them, the whole purpose of this is that they are in the driver's seat for this particular time. And even when they come up with the 3 things that why are there 3, and why is it about this and not something else? Part of the purpose is that's the point, is that they run with it.
This all occurred on the internet. There were no face-to-face meetings.
there is a lot of research on deliberation. There's a lot of research on a number of different things surrounding this, but this is groundbreaking. There, just to throw it, just to add that.
Did you find the discussions to be respectful, or were there, because they were behind a computer, did they get chippy at all?
Their real names were involved, and we didn't see a lot of mudslinging at all.
This was no BRT worried factions. This was, I mean, especially because that voting threshold was so high. They had to have 75% to move on to the next level. They moved as a highly cohesive group, knowing that they'd have to like all agree with each other before they moved on. And so if something didn't really seem like it was going to fly, they moved on quickly and got to the next thing. And they were incredibly productive.
It's kind of fun to watch. It's the exact opposite of what you see on Facebook.
Yeah.
So like read Facebook and then think of the exact opposite. This is that.
I appreciated Matt's solicitude with respect to those who might be involved in the next iteration, wasting their time. I want to assure you that no time will be wasted by those involved, because at least one scholarly publication will come from this work.
Kelly, and then Dave, did you
One
have?
question, Jeff, was that you covered the demographic of areas of the city. Because it was online, did you find the median age was there a median age for participants?
We had college students
Yes.
who were under 20, and we had participants who had lived in Provo for a very long time and were. I'm not sure. I couldn't tell you
Did you
the
come up with
age.
the average age?
I think it'd be right in the middle.
Yeah, we had some people who.
At both ends, or?
Yes, and then also people who are kind of middle aged as well. So I mean, it was a wide. I could look that up and send that out if you're interested.
I Facebook friended them after it ended. All of the different participants, because we were kind of all friends when it ended, and kind of cool to be friends now with Sherry, however it didn't connect. But full span, like young mothers with 3 kids who were working in Provo, and then like the grandpas and the grandmas, and full span.
We had one person who had to travel to Egypt in the middle of the thing for an archaeological dig, and another person who had a wedding, I think, that they traveled to. So I mean, it was
And they shared a little bit about their personal lives. Like, sorry, I won't be on today because this is happening. It was kind of fun.
It's very fun. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, my answer to all of your questions is yes. I thought it was very valuable, and I'm excited to see it evolve and interested in seeing it proceed. I think the ultimate test, though, of its success will be whether we do something with the recommendation. So I appreciate Mr. Miller volunteering to kind of keep moving this first set of recommendations forward and hope something comes of it.
It seems like it's showing enough promise that it would be too early to get in the way, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's my feeling.
Thank you.
I also think it helps us as a council. We get sometimes tied up in budgets and then rat tax and all these other things that sometimes I'm worried that we're not quite looking at the big picture of other things that are important to our citizens. And if we're having the opportunity for them to weigh in and say, you know what, I think we need to make sure we're looking at this too. I think that's could be a critical part of this whole program.
There is a question here in our notes. Is the council prepared to fund the costs of website and council staff participation in the second iteration of the People's Lobby? Of course, that depends on what the costs are. Can anyone speak to that?
The costs for the iteration are already in place. That is, revenues for those costs are already in place. Private charitable funds.
Oh,
So
okay.
there's no, the request for funds will come at the following the iteration.
I see. Okay.
for the full year.
Budget for 2016.
Okay.
It'll be part of the proposal with the
Yes.
proposed ordinance.
Yes.
And Rachel, I'm curious if you're participating as a student or as a staff member or both. Is it half and half?
For the sake of the People's Lobby, I wore my BYU student hat.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And there may come a time when that.
It did overlap.
Yeah,
on
with
occasion.
some overlap there,
Yeah.
I imagine.
With regard to funding, we have some people that are willing to help. Are you in need of more funding for this? Should we need more private donation or something like that? Is there more that's necessary right now to complete this first group? instead of exercise? Do you know of any?
I think we would definitely be open, yes.
Is there a strong need for it, is what I'm asking. Yeah, we always can use money.
Yes. In order to make it happen, it would definitely be helpful. And we can talk, I can send you an email and kind of go
I'd be
into
interested.
more detail about that.
Jeff?
Yes.
So with the general lobbyist idea going in Washington DC as state legislator, how does this lobbying process here not turn into a specific, how do you keep it from being a lobbyist?
That's the exact reason I picked the name People's Lobby, because from the part of my dissertation, part of my research is on citizen involvement in government.
Yes.
And lobbying doesn't tend to capture what I hope to see, the best of citizen engagement, because of this idea of course, you're going to support that because you're paid by the company that benefits from it. That kind of mindset. So the idea of the People's Lobby is that this is a lobbying group that is made up of people as opposed to corporations, special interests, unions, whatever it might be. When you see and the one thing that I think is very important is we might get the same end result from the People's Lobby that you might get from a professional lobbying association. There might be some time that you come up with the Prius mandate, which is a dumb example or a joke, but for example, there might be lobbyists who support that idea, but the process of the People's Lobby is such that it takes away that sort of, of course you support that. This is a random group of citizens who come together and hash out ideas together, and they come up with an idea that isn't necessarily something that nobody has ever thought of, but the process is such that it's trustworthy. So then the people can say, the voters can see, okay, this is something that my neighbors wanted, as opposed to, I might still disagree with it, but I can agree with the process.
Okay, one third question. How would the funding, wherever it come from, how would the funding be kept from directing or steering the People's Lobby where the funding comes from to that ultimate?
That is one of the reasons why we put so much of the decision-making power in the hands of the people who are participating. In terms of setting the agenda, people pick which issues they care about. In terms of picking which actual issue they make the policy on, the moderators are very careful to not say, you should do this. But
the funding side, the money, where it's coming from, would they know where the funding is coming from? Would they be beholden to where the money is for the lobby to be successful?
The lobby falls under the council sponsorship.
Okay.
So its budget
would
become a line item in the municipal council budget.
It's not outside groups putting big money in to get the outcome to go to the city, say this is what we want.
For this year's iterations, there were private charitable donations. But in the future, yes, it would be the city council is paying for this, so it's not going to.
Okay, so I'll entertain a motion relative to the council's support of this process and our interest in having Councilmember Miller work with Don Jarvis relative to the current conclusions, proposals that are there. Anyone care to word that better?
I'll second what you just stated.
Okay. So that we do have interest as a council in continuing to support the People's Lobby and in having Councilmember Miller work with Don Jarvis on the current recommendations. Is that your motion? Okay. A second?
So,
Mr. Sewell, and discussion?
yeah, discussion. So, funding is already in place for this year. If we're
Yes.
saying that we support it, are we saying, I would say I'm supporting because the funding is there, and we can decide on the ordinance whether or not to put funding towards that. But as a continuing item, I would like to see what that cost breakdown is when the private donation is no longer available. So that could be part of it.
I feel like that's implied in the motion as well, Mr. Winterton.
Yes, I'd agree with that we just say let's see, when we have 3 exercises and this isn't that what was proposed,
But
2 more.
the budget will be another this year, but then the budget year that is in the 2016 calendar year, the municipal council budget provide for the expenses of these lobby. And that will be part of the proposal that occurs at the end of the iteration.
I think that's great.
That propose it at that time.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
So right now, we're just saying that we're going to continue on through this year. And
With an iteration.
And and be grateful for the donor that's helping us out right now.
Donor or donors? Yes. Thank you. Those in favor of this motion? And that passes unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Rachel, for your time and work so far. Great progress. Thank you. Next is item 5, a discussion on a council budget committee recommendation for guiding principles related to user fees and council budget intent statements. This is a continuation of our discussion last time. We all pledged to review the intent statements and the policy guidelines and come back today prepared to finalize that draft, and so we can move ahead with the analysis of our user fees. Councilmember Santiago, should we have you lead that discussion?
Sure. So this has been a healthy process. We've had lots of discussion on guiding principles, and I think we should probably do them separate, the guiding principle and the budget intent statements, maybe do the guiding principles first. But the budget committee took the directive from the council to come up with some principles that would guide us through our fee discussions. In the past, there had been some difficulty in moving forward with increasing fees that we felt needed to be increased because there were no set of guiding principles to guide the council through those discussions, and it became very difficult once they started to address those fees. So what this set of guiding principles does is it gives us a framework for assessing, looking at the fees, and it actually, the administration has agreed to find out what our costs are in these fees, which I think is very important to know what our costs are when it comes to the consolidated fee schedule and these fees that we do collect, and to find out what we're recovering and what we're not recovering, so that we can look at it eyes wide open to see what we're subsidizing. Is that something that we want to subsidize? If so, where is the money going to come from? And if we don't feel like that should be subsidized, or don't feel like the community, it is a community benefit, then and maybe the service isn't needed at all, and that's something that we can discuss at that time. So this was just a set of principles that we've talked to the administration about, talked with citizens about. We've had some input from various council members, and tried to come up with a set of principles to help us through that process. And really the main thing is to be able to look at these fees, to decide what our costs are, what we're subsidizing. Are we good with that? Do we feel like we need to recover more? And one of the main principles is that those that benefit from the service should pay for the service in most cases. And if we decide they shouldn't have to pay the full direct cost of that service, then why? And we're willing to pay for it, and where is that money going to come from? So, in a nutshell, that's where we're at. We've had several iterations, and just open it up for the council to discuss. At this point, the budget committee has submitted what they feel like is a good recommendation, and it's up to the council to decide how we feel about it and to be able to move on. I'm hopeful that we can move on, because the administration has been ready with the first set of 25 fees, and it's a 3-year process. So, for some of us, we'd like to get going on that, because to really make it a good assessment of the indirect cost is really come at the end of that 3-year period, when we can look at all the consolidated fees that we've gone through to decide what the indirect cost is of these fees, and then what to do with that as well. So
So the current draft of the guiding principles is the one dated July 1st that was in our materials, and that reflects all the comments of council members and input from staff from our last meeting and input from the administration.
Input from the administration, not total agreement, but input, and we offered the mayor to talk about his, express his feelings on the guiding principles as well. But I don't think it's not total agreement with the citizen input. It's been sort of a coming together of what the budget committee feels are important pieces of this, and then taking into consideration some of those wants and desires or concerns from the various groups, and putting together what we feel like is somewhat of a compromise, but at the same time holding true to some of the principles we feel like would guide the council through some of these discussions.
So if everyone's had a chance to review that, what comments or questions do you have? And administration will weigh in as well.
I would love to take a few minutes and you decide if it's more appropriate getting into your discussion in the middle or at the end.
Now would be fine.
All right.
Yeah.
Dustin has a little thumb drive.
Oh, okay.
Oh, it's up. Fascinating. Let me begin by first expressing that I have seen a lot of good come from this process and the budget committee. And there have been some really important things that have been generated by the budget committee in these discussions. And sometimes I feel when I express some objection or resistance, it implies that I don't like any of the things that have gone on. And there have been some really great things. The discussion about knowing how much things cost us, I think, is a really valuable discussion. A lot of the analysis, I think, is really good. Looking at the fees, 25 every quarter, I think is really good. And so please understand that I'm not critical of everything. As a matter of fact, it's just the opposite. I think there have been some great things come out of it. But I would like to express some thoughts that I have with the statements as they're written. Some of my thoughts are specific and some are general. I'm concerned with the overemphasis on what I would call the private sector mentality. The comment that those who benefit should pay for the service has some merit to it, but yesterday many of us sat underneath a pavilion and to suggest that we should have paid for the use of that pavilion for the park that we sat in just doesn't make sense with anything I know about what government does. And that there's a very heavy emphasis, in my opinion, too heavy on cost recovery for services. There seems to be, and this is where I'd like to show some graphs here, I've lumped a bunch into a certain category of my thoughts, that the dialogue, not only these statements, but the dialogue that we've had has been confusing, is not well understood, is responsible for some misconceptions out in the community about the current state of the budget, and quite frankly has impacted employee morale. And I'll try to point out a couple of examples, but let me share with you some information I asked the team for, and John and Denise and Dustin are here, and thank you, and they're going to help me because I just saw these a few minutes ago, and I have a little asterisk that they're pretty darn accurate. And what I mean by this is their own internal team would like a chance to go audit this themselves. They've put this together very quickly, and you might find some small adjustments in these, but in general, this is the case. And I thought this graph was very, one of my concerns is that the dialogue has put a lot of gloom and doom on the budget. And this is our fund balance from 1996 to 2015. And you can see a very, very healthy trend there. I wish I was here during these years. These would have been great budgets to do. These were when we were at the height of our sales tax revenue, great years. But those aside, other than some blips here, this is an amazing trend in the general fund budget. Do I have the controller? It's just pushing my finger like that.
Well, there is a clicker up there.
No, I like this. All right. There's been a lot of discussion about the transfers and that we're bearing our increased cost on the backs of the transfers. And during the last couple of years, we have seen some increase in transfers. But I think to really answer this question, you have to look at this in a much broader perspective. This goes back to 1997, and this little red line right there is adding the 1%, and the blue line is if we had not added that 1%. And what you see here, and this is adjusted for inflation, and I've been saying all along that the general fund transfer increases as utility rates increases should track somewhat with inflation, and it shouldn't really outpace it. And this graph shows you what's happening. Now, in the last few years, it's true, it had some pretty good increases. But historically, you can see that we've had down periods and up periods. And if you were to somehow project this out over the next 10 or 20 years, you would have to put in these as well as these. And historically, we're right here now. But I would advocate that we're just tracking with inflation as we do that, and we're not using the general fund transfer increases, other than with the exception of this, to increase revenue into the general fund. It's just keeping up with inflation. Oh, that's amazing. So this graph to me is fascinating. We have a lot of discussion about what we're subsidizing as a city. And this is going to be a little confusing, and bear with me. We're going to try to figure out a way to simplify this a little bit.
Can you hit that light, Mayor, so we can
Great
maybe see
idea.
the colors
Yeah,
a
the
little
colors
better?
are really impossible, actually. So, and I'll give you the colors one by one here. So this blue right here is the recreation center. And it's a little bit counterintuitive. As it goes up, the subsidy is not going up, the subsidy is going down. So you can see here with the recreation center, this large subsidy of almost, well, in excess of $800,000 at this point, and it's tracked on that pretty much until we built the recreation center, and then it shot up here, and now is over 200,000 in the black with the recreation center. That's this line. The golf course, you can see, and I'm not quite sure because I wasn't here for this historically what caused this, but you can see the reduction in the golf course subsidy taking a dramatic decrease here, and then continuing on with a slow decrease through these years right here. The airport's a little different story because we invested in scheduled service, something we all knew. We were increasing the subsidy. So you can see the airport up here at a very low subsidy, a higher subsidy when we, right here, and here again, I wasn't here, Wayne. Do you know what our subsidy was in 2008, John, at the airport? This was
reason for it.
2008.
Yeah, was that the terminal?
Maybe that was the terminal. This would represent our scheduled service, and so that's one exception to the upward trend. The ice sheet is an amazing story. So during this period of time, we did not own the ice sheet, but we paid a debt service on it, and that's why it was right here. At this point, we became half owners with the county, and we took a big hit on that. Since we took that hit, look at the ice sheet in reduction of subsidies right here. An amazing trend in reducing subsidies on the ice sheet. The Covey Center, it would be this one right here. And you can see at one point we were subsidizing it, I'll call it $650,000, and that same trend up through here. And I think this is important because as we talk about subsidies, you got to do it in light of our direction and our trend on these things, and the trend is amazing, quite frankly, and shows some masterful leadership in the Parks and Recreation Department, particularly in some of these trends.
That subsidy for the rec center, is that including the Eldred Center?
It would have, I'm assuming.
Yes.
Yes.
Those earlier years,
All
that's
three
the,
facilities. All three of them.
that's a combination of the three facilities, the teen center and the old Provo School District area rec center, as well as the Elder Center. Yeah, so that they were all brought together.
How does the rec center bond factor into?
It doesn't, because it's serviced by the property tax, so it's not included in the numbers.
Okay, go ahead, Dustin. Okay, this is an amazing graph to me. This is the employee count per 1,000 citizens. And remember, our city has not grown dramatically in population through this time. And so that's not changing it dramatically. We haven't changed dramatically, but look at that, with 7 per 1,000 employees back in 2001, and it's 6, we'll call it 6 3/4 right now. employees per 1,000 residents. We're operating with fewer employees today per 1,000 residents than we were back in 2001. That's pretty amazing. And I think the level of service has gone up dramatically. We've increased parks. This includes the recreation center, the increase in the recreation center. Is that correct, Listen? Okay. This one adjusted, inflation-adjusted property tax revenue into the general fund, just the general fund. If you adjust for inflation, this is the revenue coming to the city from property tax. So you can see right there that we're getting further and further behind on that one. Actual versus inflation property tax rate. Justin, and this is if we had been adjusting for inflation according to the CPI.
Every year, yeah.
So if we had been doing kind of what we're asking this year, where we're putting in that inflation adjustment, that is where we would have gone, and this is where we are, right there with that.
And this year's proposed adjustment
Is
take it
is included in.
is included.
Is included, yeah. Okay. This one I think is also fascinating. We hear a lot about, oh my gosh, we have way too much debt in the city. This is the debt per resident since basically for the last 10 years. And you can see it zigs and zags as we take on debt and we pay off debt. But we're in essence the exact same level of debt that we were 10 years ago as a city. That's including with the recreation center, that's including the debt that we just took on in public works for both the energy building and the water.
Yeah.
Is all adjusted for inflation.
This one is not. This is that correct? This is just straight debt here. We're at the same level we were 10 years, even after the projects we've just taken on.
But isn't that misleading? That is, if those were figures adjusted for dollars in the beginning year, then
that's correct.
Would be down.
That's correct. That's correct. Small,
right. That's a
a
really good note. We should probably adjust. Yeah.
Paying a lower percentage.
Yeah. This is where I get to my small little disclaimer at the first of this, that we just asked finance for this last week and we haven't refined it yet, but that's a great refinement.
And I think that's it's critical to do that. People need to understand that they're paying less.
Yes.
Of what's in their pocket.
Yeah. This is very interesting. The debt per resident, just in today's world, the debt per resident for Provo, Sandy, Salt Lake City, West Valley, Ogden, and Orem. And after I saw this, I said, okay, you've got to go add Utopia on top of this, and on top of this. And those two lines, we don't know how much they're going to change, but it's going to be whopping. So our debt compared to these other citizens per resident is right there. We also joked and said we need a last column right here. It's the federal debt per resident. That would make these look just like this down here. Okay, go ahead. Inflation-adjusted energy cost per average user. So this is with the adjustments that you made to it. Okay, so if we look at the utility rate increases that we've had, and you put in inflation, this is what utility rates have done since 1996 to 2015. I think this is important in this dialogue that we're going into, where we're asking for increases, is folks, historically, we're not even keeping up with inflation on our utility rates. And with the decisions that we're currently making, where we're building infrastructure and things like that, this is great news for our residents, right? I mean, it's not necessarily good news if we're doing this and laying in store problems 10 years and 20 years down the road. But with the decisions that we've made that have caused this to go back up in some cases, we're preparing for the future, and you're still paying lower than inflation increases on your utility rates. Go ahead. Inflation-adjusted average monthly public works utility cost. Okay, Dustin, tell me the difference between that and this last one we saw.
So this one includes the 4 public utility charges: water, sanitation, sewer, and storm drain.
Thank you. Okay, and you can see now this one is ahead of inflation, but not radically. Okay, go ahead. All right, annual low consumption utility costs by city. There's been some discussion about the impact of this on those low income residents in our city. And I think rightly so, there's been a lot of sympathy expressed for those. And this is the average low consumption. Dustin, define low consumption.
So this is a particular customer who falls in a demographic of perhaps an older citizen or a smaller home in Provo that reflects lower than average energy consumption, about average water consumption, only one black can of sanitation, or and then relatively the same for sewer and stormwater.
And this counts stormwater, sanitation, sewer, water, and energy. And Orem is the only city that is slightly below us for that. The next graph in there that's, here's the average now. So that was low, intended to be low income. The average, we actually...
That's low consumption, not low income.
Yeah, low consumption.
Consumption
Those aren't
intended,
necessarily the same thing.
but intended to target that same.
Well, you can have low income with large families that are high consumption users.
Fair enough. This is the average utility consumption. You can see we slipped behind Orem now on this one when you take the average instead of low consumption. Okay? I hear out there in the community that sales tax is going down. And I just about want to scream when I hear that. This is sales tax from 2010 to a projected budget of 2016. You can see that's a very healthy trend in line with some great positive things happening. And go ahead, and that's the end. So those are...
Mayor, on that last slide, if you went back a few more years, would we see a decline from that?
You would, and that, we actually took it here because this is right at as the recession started to pick back up.
Recover.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's
exactly.
at the low.
Mm-hmm. So those are some of the misconceptions that I'm worried about. The employee morale, let me address this in my next concern, and that is I think some of the principles on the surface seem like good principles, but they're very difficult and maybe underneath a lot of layers not good principles. And let me tell you maybe one or two of those that concern me. As I read the document, as I understand it, we talk a lot about these two lines. I don't know if you can see that, these expenses and revenues, and how they get further apart in upcoming years. And the document tells us that a budget is not considered balanced unless those two lines, either in actual dollars or in, what's the word it uses, Kim, in policy, brings those two lines together.
Over a 10-year span.
Yeah, meaning that we've made decisions that would bring them together. If we had done that in this year's budget, I believe firmly it would have caused layoffs. It just would have. That is hard on morale. Those discussions are hard on morale. It's hard on morale when we talk about changing fees and things at the recreation center. And I just bring that up so the council's aware of that these public discussions that we're having, we do have to be a little bit careful and just can't throw things out there without knowing that they have consequences. I also believe that this is not a good idea to bring those lines into perfect balance. If we had all the money we needed, we wouldn't make the same decisions that we make if we're short and we have to budget. Every year since I've been here, it hasn't always been this way. There's been a small gap, well, small as in somewhere between $1 and $5 million between those two lines in the current year. And I believe it's been actually a healthy exercise for the city to go through and to decide what we can do without and what we don't need. And I think our residents expect us to do that. And if you pull those two lines in and say, you've always got the money to spend that you're going to need to do what you want to do, I'm not sure that that's what our residents want from us. And there's also a reality of this line is here based upon knowing we need to be thrifty. And I need more police officers than we're asking for. We need more firefighters than we're asking for. And that line has an ability, as fast as you move this one up to it, to just keep moving the other direction.
And that's part of the budget intent statement, so that's what we'll be talking about in the next, after the guiding principles,
yeah.
that concept.
So I think that the final thing that I would say about this is this problem that we have in trying to get this exactly right. the book Quick to Great was very famous, and I think I'm going to write a book, Great to Good. Sometimes we need to get to good and move on, or we just don't get there. So part of me is saying, look, would you just approve these so we can go on with life? And part of me is saying, well, I sure wish you would change them to accommodate everything that I need in them. But we're waiting to take you our first 25. We're way behind on that 3-month schedule and getting those to you. And so to some degree, we just need to move these forward, but I do want to express these concerns. There are things in there that you ask of the administration that I don't think the administration should be doing. There's some things in there that if you ask us to do are very difficult to do. If you ask us, for instance, to set aside annually the amount of capital needs on each building, that doesn't make sense to me. We own a number of buildings. I don't need to set aside enough for a boiler to go out in every one of my buildings. Maybe I need to set aside enough for one of my boilers to go out in one of my buildings. I'm just not convinced that what you're asking of us is always good financial sense. That being said, they're your budget initiatives, do what you want, but at the same time, I've got to kind of speak up and share my concerns. So thank you for the time.
You're welcome. Thank you, Mayor. You can hit those lights there again.
What specifically should the administration not be doing? Okay.
The administration will be asked to estimate the shortfall, and the municipal council, in consultation with the administration, will evaluate. I don't want to estimate the shortfall. Well, not so much I don't want to estimate the shortfall. You were then asking me to identify the revenue to fill the to fill that.
No, that's estimating what that shortfall is. That's estimating.
Right.
So this is what our cost is. This is what we're recouping, and there's a shortfall there. So we're estimating what we're not recovering, and then in consultation with the administration. I mean, if you don't want to be part of that consultation part where the council finds then the revenue,
so
or
the
that you choose.
The administration will identify the funding source to fill the gap.
Okay.
And I think that's the council.
That is the council, and hold on. In consultation with, is that what you're saying? What line are you on?
I just did a cut and paste, so I don't know what line it is.
I'm not asking here, but only a clarification. Is your objections are, I think fair to say, largely philosophical. And is the nature of the primary objection an objection to, as you put it just a bit earlier, having your hands tied with respect to boosting the transfer rates from enterprise funds, for example? Or is it more an objection to what you perceive as draconian policy?
So that's a great question, and let me pass around. This is what I gave. I made some changes to it, but I gave this to the budget committee when they said, well, what would you do? This is what I showed them, this document. I actually believe philosophically I'm quite in line with where you're going. I think it's a great thing to strive to bring those lines together. I think if we were given an hour and I could show you what we've done to bring those 10-year projections together over the last 6 years, you'd all be impressed. So philosophically, I like bringing those lines together. It's probably, maybe that word is the right word, draconian, of so strict. And I've sensed from the council, we've got to make them strict so that we can hold ourselves accountable to these and that we can't waffle on it. If it says strive to bring those two lines together, we'll wimp out. And that gives me stress because that means when we say we're going to bring them together, that means we bring them together no matter what. If I lay off employees or bring you, and that's the part that's giving me stress. Philosophically, they're pointed us in the right direction.
I have two things to say in response. One is, why not produce another third line that shows the actuality? Because it seems to me that that the lines that increasingly deviate are a myth.
Correct.
And that if we saw what it was in reality, we'd see a line that tracks that revenue line pretty closely.
Because if you went back 10 years, guess what? They're all lined up perfectly if you went back 10 years.
Exactly. And that's what we need to understand. And then it would help for you to say that not only have we been able to do that, thanks to the remarkable talent of the employees of the city, but there's virtue in doing it that way, in just the way you described here. So I think if we could see that that's mythical, it doesn't exist in reality, so at least in Provo City.
So you're hitting so there's my concern. If it is mythical and we commit to a mythical, to bringing these two lines together,
it's a disservice.
That's where my employees start getting stressed out. That's where I get stressed out.
Easily understood. And you would like to see language in the official policy statement of the council would reflect both the administration's intent on annual balancing, however it might be achieved, as well as a willingness on the council's part to allow license for creativity to the administration that does that. The second thing I want to say is this. Our budget committee, council budget committee, has promised that at some point they will deliver a set of guiding principles for how best to deal with those in our community who are of lesser means and to whom might fall the principal burden of added or increased user fees, and not just for publicly or for city-owned facilities, but overall what's expected of them financially. That has not been delivered. And so we are not in a position as a council, advised by our committee, to indicate how this might be softened. I rather assume it will be once those guiding principles are in place. So there may be a revision yet to come of this document, or both documents, that would soften it, make it less draconian than it appears to be now. Must pay for what you use. That's an absurdity. And so it's either we can do that now, or we can issue a promissory note.
Can I clear one thing up? So that what you're describing on the board is part of the intent statements that we're going to talk about in a minute, but it's also, I wanted to clarify where you talked about the shortfall, because in the guiding principles that we're discussing right now, it says where user fees are insufficient to fully recover costs for a service, the administration will be asked to estimate the shortfall, and the municipal council, in consultation with the administration, will evaluate whether to continue the subsidy on the premise that the community benefit over a reasonable period of time outweighs the cost of subsidization, or adjust the user fee to eliminate the shortfall, or to reduce the shortfall to a justifiable level, or to eliminate the service. So we're just asking, in consultation with you, we're going to consult with you on those things, on how best to address that fee. We're asking you to find the shortfall. And then if you don't want us to consult with you on those three things, then we don't, you don't have to consult on that. But it's not for you to fill the gap, or for you to find the money for that. I don't think that that's what this language says. So. Although
I can understand why the administration may still feel hamstrung here, because our policy statement dictates what the alternatives are. And they may have other alternatives that they wish to have considered.
And they wouldn't fall under those.
That's right. They don't fall.
Well, there could be lots of ways that we could continue the subsidy. There would be, there are lots of ways we could adjust the user fee. And if we decided the service wasn't needed, then we could discontinue it. But I don't think those are, they're kind of umbrellas for a lot of creative ways of doing things. And if there's another one, there's nothing to say that we couldn't come back and add that as a bullet point. This is a living document for the council.
That was my
And-
second point earlier.
Yeah, this can be revised if we come to something where we think really don't
But in
like
the,
how
but in
this
the
is.
meantime, he's obviously concerned about the tenor here.
Thank you. And if it's not revised, then I have a decision next year when we do our budget of either following these, which I would not do naturally, or not following them. And that's why if you speak, I'm bound to listen. I can't say, oh, they're really going to get back to these later on and change them. We saw a great example of that when the previous council said, yeah, and we even signed a joint letter of resolution that we would raise the property tax by inflation every year, and we put that in our budget, and then we didn't do it. And I don't want to be out of harmony with going off in a direction, and then the council ultimately saying, well, we get it, we don't want to do full cost recovery on this one. Trash collection is a great example, the blue can. There's already a dialogue that we don't want full cost recovery on the blue can.
And that's part of the discussion. It's part of the discussion that we'll have when we look at those fees, 25 at a time. But we're looking at it eyes wide open. We don't want full cost recovery. Why don't we want it? And where's the money going to come from to pay for what we're subsidizing there?
So, and I think one of the things on that too, Kim, is we already know where the money's going to come from. It's coming from current sources. It's coming from sales tax. It's coming from property tax. That's, if you ask me how I'm going to fill the gap, every answer is going to be exactly the same.
And is the council aware of that? And are we okay with that? Is that something that we are comfortable with what we're subsidizing? That when we're looking at some of these things, from what I understand, we don't even know what the costs are
Yeah,
for the
and remember,
fees.
that's where I'm in
And
harmony
so,
with you.
okay, so when we find out what the costs are, then we can find out what we're subsidizing. And then we find out what we're subsidizing, then we can decide as a council, we're okay with subsidizing that, and we have this source of income to cover it, and we're good with that.
So
But I don't think there's this finite resource of money that we can just keep saying, we don't need to look at it, we can just subsidize because we always find a way.
So I see a train wreck coming when the council says those who benefit from the service should pay for the service. I just see a train wreck coming. I don't believe you actually mean that.
In some ways.
Sure, some
I
places.
think it's a
In some
definition
ways,
of what benefit means, because I think I don't think as a budget committee we ever really, we got 7 different opinions on how much we benefit from the golf course in Provo, as everybody's here. Everybody will have a different.
There's going to be some low-hanging fruit. An exercise class at the gymnasium is very different than a traffic accident on University Avenue. And there's a lot that I just don't think we've thought through. Are we prepared to send somebody a bill when we respond to a traffic accident?
Well, and as a council, we can look at that and say, you know what, we don't want to have this fee to be so high that people can't afford it. Or we can say that as a council, we'll have the discussion. Or we can say, yeah, someone's taking an aerobics class, or not aerobics, that's old, whatever they take now, cycling, spin class.
Zumba.
So yeah, Zumba,
Yeah.
I'll say Zumba. So if they're taking a class at the rec center, and should the homebound widow pay for her or his class of Zumba? I mean, there are some things where, yeah, the user, they benefit, they should probably pay for that. But we can decide as a council too, that you know what, there is a benefit. There's a benefit of having a Zumba class because these people use that and it provides a healthier community and keeps, teenagers busy, whatever you want to say. I mean, you can always find a community benefit. And as a council, if we decide that we feel like that's a really good community benefit and we don't feel like those fees should be adjusted, and in consultation with Parks and Rec and their recommendations, I mean, all that comes into this, but these are just basic principles to help guide us through those discussions. This is what we're aiming for. We're aiming for full cost recovery wherever possible, but there are going to be those discussions where we say, you know what, there's a huge community benefit here, and or maybe there's a pricing issue where if you do increase the price, you're going to lose customers and you're not going to be any further ahead. I mean, all those things will come into play as we're having those discussions, but these are the principles that we're going to guide us through those discussions.
Chair, may I ask a question? Is it critical for the council to approve the two documents in order for the administration to proceed with their analysis of user fees?
How do we feel about that?
The guiding principles, yes, because that was the budget intent statements was part of all of our intent statements. When we got together and we divvied those up and we talked about different intent statements so that the mayor would have and the administration would have some direction on where the council wants to go. So the intent statements were separate. We did those at a retreat. But the guiding principles, the whole basis behind the guiding principles was to have a framework, something to stand on. So when the community does come out, if they do say, hey, why are you raising this fee? Well, these are the reasons why. And a good example of that is the Parks and Rec Board. So Mr. Norman sent an email to the Parks and Rec Board and said that their fees could more than double, and that we were discussing this right now. So I had a constituent call me, and well, she emailed me. I called her back, and we had a conversation. I explained to her what we were doing, and she was good with it. She understood. She said, well, that makes sense, you know. And I think when we have things, if these issues or questions come to us, and we explain to people that what we're doing, we have a leg to stand on, right? We have a reason why we're doing this. We're trying to find ways to make sure that we're being a fiscally responsible, transparent government as much as we possibly can. We're trying to make sure that it makes sense, what we're charging for fees makes sense, and that we're giving the best service we can possibly give. And I think they understand that when you explain the process. And that was more, I explained the whole thing to her in about 20 minutes. But I think just to have something to stand on when we do have frustrated people, or if we do have people questioning, or if we do have concerned employees, we can explain where we're at, and we're all on the same page. And if we're all on the same page, essentially, with where we're going with it, I think that makes a big difference.
Mr. Miller? It seems to me that the best thinking of the council, the budget committee, as well as the council as a whole, has been devoted to this, but in the absence of real experience. And so perhaps we should adopt it so as to get on with the clear understanding that once that first set of reports has been delivered and discussed, we'll return to it. So that might be a good idea, just as a regular practice, following the report from
to kind of do a reality check.
To return this.
And is that in reference to the guiding principles or the intent statements?
The guiding principles.
Okay.
And that is the framework for our discussion for fees. That was the idea behind that, is exactly what Mr. Miller said. Is so when we do discuss the fees as a council, this is sort of the framework, and then when we address constituent issues.
These were constructed thoughtfully, but ignorantly, because we haven't had that experience.
Right. So, Mayor, the draft that you circulated is in reference to the intent statements.
It's actually both. I think there's some of both.
This is intent statements that was just barely sent around.
And so the guiding principles, I think we got comments from you.
The guiding principles.
I think all of my thoughts on both documents are reflected in that. And this is what I passed around. I understand it's a way oversimplification of the issues. But it was far more in line with what we did at the council retreat. We talked about writing the statements and keeping it 30,000 feet and keeping them simple and understandable and not overcomplicated. And yet I understand for Kim that takes away some of the things that she's hoping to accomplish with saying, hey, let's hold ourselves to these principles, and if they're not clearly articulated, then it's hard to hold yourself to this. Let me reemphasize too, I'm good with whatever you pass. I just wanted an opportunity to express my concerns.
And I'd just like to say too that this was actually, the guiding principles were in response to administrative concerns as well, that you would go through this whole process, and it's a very long process, and it's
and then you wouldn't be serious.
And then we wouldn't do anything with it. We wouldn't make changes. We wouldn't, so this framework, having a framework in place helps us move things forward as well. So this was part in response to administrative concerns as well initially.
So to that end, Mr. Miller, your comments came close to forming a motion, perhaps, in how we approach this moving forward. Would you care to phrase that in the form of a motion and see what kind of support there is for that?
By all means, thank you. I propose a motion that we adopt the most recent draft of the statement of guiding principles for user fees, which is the result of the administration's weighing in, as well as our own budget committee weighing in, and then our collective review. And that in accepting that document for present purposes, we also indicate our distinct intention to revisit the statement following the review of the first 25 user fees to be presented, the analysis to be presented by the administration, and also determine whether a similar analysis might reasonably occur on the occasion of subsequent presentations and analyses.
Okay, great, thank you. Is that Claire and Louise, were you able to get that? Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Mr. Sewell, thank you.
Comment
And then
too.
discussion, yes.
Yeah, if I may. I was thinking about the mayor's contemplated book, Great to Good. And I think there's been a lot of time put into this. And by council members, budget committee, candidate for council that's here with us. I feel like it's good. Maybe not great yet. And there's still things that we'll need to work on. And I agree with Mr. Miller's approach that as we get more experience with that, we'll be in much better shape to make those decisions. So I think good is better than not having any guiding principles to go with.
Thank you, Mr. Sewell. Any other comments, Mr.
Yeah, I've got a couple of conflicts with this. We say user fees should be adjusted annually. We're not even going to review these fees until every 3 years. And I think the annual word needs to be taken out. They will be reviewed, but if we're doing it annually, then we're never going to get through all 300 fees. So I'm struggling with.
There is a phrase there that says where warranted, and then that opens up a little bit of can of worms of what.
So you're going to get an annual analysis from us, not near the depth of the 25 per quarter. And to be honest, there are fees that go years without much of a look by us in there.
This I think is in reference to the annual budget and to the recommendations from the administration for fee adjustment in the annual budget.
And I appreciate that. And again, that's where I'm starting to get a little confusion here, because if we're doing 300, we'll never get to it annually.
And then at the very end, if you read, it says, following the completion of the initial analysis of all currently listed fees, the administration will be better able to estimate the indirect costs associated with services. The full cost estimates will then be updated and user fee appropriately adjusted. So it's at the end of that. So annually, like Mr. Miller said, I mean, we'll be doing that annually anyway, but the final adjustment will come after we've done the entire 300.
And I agree I understand that. It's just there's the confusion that we're talking about there. It's just a little bit of confusion. Because we're saying we're doing it annually, but we're not. And then I get up here also, there's a little bit of a confusion, and I've expressed these, and I voted for these as a member of the budget committee, thinking we're getting good. But there's a few concerns that I have also with this, as far as replacement costs. As an office owner and a builder, I don't have a replacement cost for my entire office building. I don't feel that I'm paying for it twice. If something happens to my building or tears down, I'll probably have to get another loan, or I'll have to bond for it, like we did this original rec center. We bonded for it. But for us to pay for it twice, I'm still, the representative people that are using it now, to pay for it twice, I'm still struggling with that.
Which
For example, it's capital costs should be fully funded unless service is being phased out. Sometimes we bond for those services to have those things done. Or if we're replacing a building, we bond for a building at times.
look at the third item, third bullet.
should not be used to fund new capital facilities.
Right.
And there's the question. So it shouldn't be used for funding new capital facilities, but are we upgrading and replacing old capital facilities? Are we upgrading and replacing the old rec center through these fees?
That's not the intent.
And if you're talking new building, that's not the intent. But again, I just worry, is that the direction that this is taking us? To fill in those fees or the replacement of an entire building? Is that what is stated in here? And I don't think that's the intent of this council or the budget committee. But I think there is some intent.
Document, it seems to me at some point one has to fall back on the fact that there will be periodic reviews of what the administration is proposing in terms of what we have referred to as capital maintenance and replacement. And those will take place, and this will be sorted out.
And I agree with that, and I appreciate that, and I understand where we were coming from. Again, that's one of my concerns, and I bring it to the council. Just as a member of the committee, we voted for this, we voted in favor of it to bring it forward, but those are some of the concerns I've got. One other thing that I had, I thought we'd taken completely out the word congestion. I don't understand the view of a congestion fee. What does that mean? Does that mean at 12 o'clock we raise the rates, or does that mean just because we've got on certain days we raise the rates? I got a call from some of Kim's constituents also, saying people are saying, what does this mean? If I go in at 2 o'clock because it's more crowded at the rec center, is it congested, so am I paying more? Is it like an airline fee? The more the plane fills up, the higher the prices go? I struggle with that very strong. I don't believe in that personally.
So I think Mr. Miller's motion, Gary, allows for, after we look at these first 25 user fees, us to go back and take a look at this and see if there might be some additional clarification that we can make relative to that experience.
I'm just expressing my concern right now on basically 3 issues.
Yeah, okay.
That I'm dealing, and I appreciate the idea that we are coming back to this, and I almost don't need a date specific, but maybe that date specific is upon the receipt of the 25 fees.
Make sure that those 3 items are returned to the agenda at that point.
Mm-hmm.
And again, I support the budget committee. I believe in what we were trying to do, but as we've gone forward, and as I've heard what the administration said, I can see some confusion, and I just want to make sure that we're protected, because I believe in what Kim is saying also. It helps us set the fees, gives us a guiding principle, but I do believe also with 300 fees, there's different reasons that we have those fees. And each fee almost needs to be treated differently, so as we get them back, we'll understand that more.
Thank you, Mr. Winterton. Other comments or questions on the motion or input, discussion? If not, I'll call for a vote. Those in favor? And that vote is unanimous. Thank you. All right, we'll move then to item 6, which is a presentation and discussion regarding the overall impact resulting from the proposed tax and utility rate increases in Provo City.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Could we just a clarification, we just move the intent statement item to another meeting to address the intent statements another time?
Yeah. Because we just voted on the user fees.
We voted on the guiding principles, but we haven't voted on the intent statements.
Okay.
And we could just move that to another meeting if you want.
Okay, and would the, what would be the intent of moving that to further consider
The intent would
mayor's?
be, there's been some discussion there's been a request from the administration, there's been some discussion and a request from Larry Walters about the council formulating our goals, having set goals, and there is a template that we could use from another city has used. Park City has it's called Budget for Outcomes, and it's a way of prioritizing council goals and putting it's putting in money behind those goals, right? It's prioritizing what the council wants to do. And I wonder if that would help clear up some of these. I know the administration has some concerns with at least one of the intent statements. And so and the other intent statements we haven't talked about, so maybe we either talk about all of the intent statements that everyone has been assigned to do and do it all at once, or we wait until we have this recommendation or suggestion for a template.
Thank you.
So,
Okay. Maybe it would be best to wait then, and have that discussion 2 weeks or a month.
I think, I don't think we'd be ready to have that till August. Is that correct, Mr. Taylor? To have the discussion on the budget for outcomes.
Depends on the scope in which you want to do it.
Okay.
We're prepared to give you.
To continue this too.
You telling me about what we talked about in budget committee, your budget committee
The
yesterday?
intent statements are kind of, in my mind, they're kind of goals, and they were direction that the
Yeah,
administration
that
was
can be
looking
handled
for.
separately.
So we could either combine these with other intent statements and do that, or we could just use this other format in.
Yeah, I think we're prepared to introduce the concept of the other format at the next meeting, but we're not prepared to do all that work in the next even month.
So I would suggest moving this to August then, so
Okay.
allow staff perhaps to time to just introduce the concept, and then we can decide if we still want to go forward with intent statements, or if maybe there's another avenue for doing the same thing.
All right,
Does that
okay,
make
great.
sense?
Yeah, thank you. Does that require a motion to move the item to next month, the intent statement discussion?
Well, not necessarily. I mean, leadership has control of the agenda, and so they can put it back. We should put it back on the agenda whenever.
Okay, then we'll move it to the first meeting in August.
Okay.
We can continue the discussion. All right, thank you, Councilmember Santiago. Apologize for overlooking.
Sure that at that meeting, the council staff would present a template consideration for use with all council intent statements.
In July, in our next meeting, is that correct? Where you could introduce the concept, is in our next meeting in July, so it'd be July 21st.
July 21st.
So then we'd have that meeting to sort of introduce the concept, to see if the council finds it interesting, finds that it would be helpful, and then we could have the discussion on how intent statements fit in. Because I feel like they're kind of the same, but maybe I'm wrong. I feel like the intent statements
They're related to each other.
They're sort of related.
Absolutely.
So.
But they're not necessarily dependent on each other.
Obviously related. That is, it would mean folding what we have specific to the budget intent statements into a common template. But there are all the other intent statements yet to be folded in.
Yet to be developed and yet to be identified and
The question is
gleaned.
about the relative wisdom of folding all in so as to take advantage of intersections and overlaps, so to speak, as opposed to just piecemeal.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And the budget for outcomes model doesn't just have budget goals. There
I
would
should
be-
hope so.
Yeah, I mean, there would be all of those. We could look at all of our intent statements and decide what our top 4 or 5 goals might be, and then others as well. And I think that council staff are at some point going to bring forward policies to help us formulate what our main goals is.
Okay.
Are we through with that? Are we through with that? I think so.
Does that answer your question, Mr. Miller? Great.
Mr. Wilson was here for 7, or sorry, number 3. No, we skipped that.
Okay. Should we skip this?
Yeah. Sure. Let me just switch those to 3 and 6.
All right. We'll now turn to item 3 on the agenda, a discussion regarding a proposed, I'm sorry, which item is it?
Item 3.
Is that it? Item 3. Proposed RAP tax survey, because we have Mr. Quinn Monson here from Brigham Young University, who has prepared document you should have in front of you, and here to get council input and respond to any questions you may have regarding the proposed RAP tax survey. Mr. Monson, welcome.
You all have a hard copy?
We do.
Good. This is Kyrene Gibb. She works with me. This is actually being done not through BYU, but through Y2 Analytics. I don't have a class at the moment that I'm teaching, which is how we do the normal survey that we do each spring or each winter for the city that actually just completed. But this is a special one focused on your proposed RAP tax. So we've distributed a draft, and it is a draft. I want you to think of it as a draft. We're not set on anything here. What we need to accomplish most from this body, I think, is not so much on specific question wording. We can wordsmith the questions and make sure they're appropriate, and I think there's some work to do on several of them from this draft. What we need to make sure is that we have the right topics and the right items that will answer the questions that you most want to answer, the objectives that you have for the survey in terms of answering the questions you have about whether or not you should move forward, how it should be structured, how it should be allocated between Parks and Rec versus the arts and cultural items, and then to make sure that we have the right stuff listed. I mean, I'm familiar with Provo. I grew up in Provo, but you are much closer to Provo City and the Parks and Recreation and Arts programs that are here. And so as we've drafted the instrument, we've just used our own knowledge and our perusing of the Provo City website and sort of what we know already. And we may have made some gross error in leaving something important off of these lists of things that we're asking about. So that's what we need to do here. How much time do we want to take with this? I don't want to...
About a half hour.
Okay. So I think I can either walk you through the document and then you can just pipe up with comments, or if you already have comments, we can go there. Is there a preference as to how to proceed?
Well, we just got the document.
Okay, let me walk you through it then. Yeah.
I have a question first. Kind of what were your sort of marching orders, or in terms of the objectives you were given?
Yeah, we had a proposal. Suddenly, I can't make my view here. Thank you.
This is why I'm here.
Yeah. We listed 5 objectives in our proposal. 1, to measure public opinion on the proposed RAP tax, and also current perceptions of Provo's parks and rec facilities, arts programs, and the city's budget for these programs. 2, measure citizen priorities regarding allocating a proposed RAP tax. How much should be designated for recreation, arts, and parks, respectively. 3, explore what citizens mean, what constitutes arts that should be funded by the city. So that's hard to define, and so we want to try to explore what they want there, what they understand that to mean. 4, gather opinions on whether city parks and facilities should be upgraded and improved, or whether funding should be used for new facilities. It's a big. It doesn't have to be one or the other, but to get a sense of the preferences on the balance of whether it should be upgrade and improve or new. And then finally, just to measure differences across different subgroups, demographic and subgroups through the city. So there's a set of demographic questions at the end that we'll use in the analysis. So that was what we talked over with Matthew and Corey in terms of what they understood you wanted to know, and then part of being here is to make sure that that's right. That there's not something we forgot or missed in our marching orders.
Trying to move in a timely way. We didn't have much opportunity to consult with you at the last budget meeting about the specifics of the survey. So we did jump ahead to get Quinn and his team moving on this, but also wanting to ensure that this is a survey that yields useful information that helps you in your decision making. So we felt it was very important for Quinn to come back make sure you had an opportunity to engage in a dialogue with him so that this could be adjusted in any way that met your needs and preferences. So we try to get the ball rolling, but we're here to make sure we're on the right track.
Our understanding is that the timetable for this to be most useful is accelerated, that if the intent is to move forward with something this fall, having this information sooner rather than later is better. And so our intent, if the draft is satisfactory and we have minor to medium changes to make, and is that we can move forward as early as launching next Monday, and have data back and ready to present to you by your next work session on the 21st.
So we certainly took some assumptions and liberties.
But if that's not possible, we can come back and present another document then, or whatever we need to do.
Yeah.
So that's
the goal is to get the ball rolling, not to say this is the survey.
So I liked all the objectives except I have a question on one. I like the questions. My main basic concern is there's a couple of questions in here that sort of ask, do you want to upgrade and maintain our old facilities, or do you want to build new parks? Something along that line, that general concept. And I'm wondering if we're asking a question that we can really do anything with the answer. What I mean by that, we were told when the RAP tax was initially presented to us that we had this long list of maintenance and upgrades that needed to be done. And so the assumption was that the RAP tax would be used to take care of those first, and then if there was leftover funds that it could be applied to new facilities. So I'm not sure if it's reasonable to create the impression with the public that we could just ignore all the maintenance needs and build the new parks. Is there something?
Don't say maintenance.
Okay, yeah.
Upgrades and replacements.
Upgrade and what are we?
Replacements.
Upgrade replacements. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, and that's actually one thing we asked Quinn and his team to spend some time on, is making sure there were some definitions that were very clear as part of the survey. So what does capital upgrades and replacements mean? To you it might mean one thing, Mayor Curtis might mean another thing, Mr. Winterson here might mean a third thing. So one, I think there needs to be some very defined terms so people are not imagining different things. Two, I suppose that's part of the question. Yes, that is, I suppose that when the survey was originally conceived, in my mind, actually, it was more about figuring out, okay, and we now have a third dynamic of arts that's been thrown into the picture. This survey is primarily intended to help figure that out. That's how it's got going in my mind. But again, incongruence in how different people have viewed the upgrades and replacements problem has come to surface, and I think that's making its way into the survey. I know the mayor has a difference of opinion, and maybe that's where some of this is coming from too, is to say, okay, what is public expectation here and how we spend these monies? And I'm not defending any particular position. Again, originally my thought process was more about figuring out the arts component, but there has been questions raised about what the upgrades and replacements mean, and how much of that has to go this way or that way. And
yeah, I have two questions. One is, to what extent is the survey you're proposing redundant with previous surveys you've conducted? And,
yeah, okay.
And the second question is there really a way to engage the citizenry thoughtfully in questions about allocation, questions about whether new parks or the upgrade of existing parks, questions about recreation as opposed to the arts? Is there any way to engage the citizenry in thoughtful consideration of those issues without providing them with a great deal of information as background?
Okay, let me take the first question first, because that's easier. We asked in our most recent survey that we did with my class, we asked a very basic question about whether people would vote for a proposed RAP tax. We didn't call it a RAP tax. We framed it as a 0.1% tax increase to support arts and recreation, in fact. And we found support for that. And then we had a set of items, 4 or 5 items about statements that would make them more or less likely to support something like that. And that was it. That was all we asked. So there was nothing about the arts. There was nothing about this question of I'm going to make sure I say it right, capital upgrade and replacement versus new facilities and so on. So there's a level of depth that we intend to do on this survey that just isn't in the other one at all.
And my question is whether you can achieve the level of depth without providing a good deal of background information. For example, if I'm asked new parks or upgrade the existing, gosh, new parks are nice. That's just the top of the head.
I actually think you'll be surprised. If I had to guess right now, I think actually the answer would come back to maintain and upgrade.
My point is that if I were provided with information about the relative costs of each over some span of years, I might very well decide differently.
Yeah, and I think what I would be skeptical that you could ever provide enough information for people to make a really informed choice. What they are informed about is their use of city facilities, right? Their experience in the parks and the recreation facilities and their experience with the arts. So that's where we focus a lot of the questions is how much do they actually do and how much do they like what they're doing now? Because I think that's useful in terms of helping you to make decisions.
Is that question 5?
There's a number of questions like that. So there's a whole set of questions about their experience with a whole list of parks. There's a whole set of questions up front. What are the Q Provo 1 through 10 on page 2 about all the stuff that they could have visited or used.
So you're using that checklist in essence that measures relative frequencies as well to gauge the, if you will, the weight that survey respondent should have in the overall analysis.
We can certainly do analysis that distinguishes heavy users versus light users and give you a sense for what that looks like.
But I think additionally, these lists of activities and things that people in Provo can participate in are important because it gets them thinking about the current state of things.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah. As they experience them now, and with that as their frame of reference, going forward and thinking about, well, these parks could use upgrades in these facilities, and that maybe is more important to me than a brand new park.
What's going to happen in my estimation is that as people go through the list of 25 parks in the rec center, right, they're going to say, wow, there's a lot of parks. And then they're going to start to think, well, how many of these have I not visited? Which, for most people, they probably visit a handful of the sort of flagship parks and then the one closest to their home, right?
My concern basically is this. I wonder if this isn't premature. I worry that this survey will prove divisive in the community, that it will inflate certain issues that don't deserve to be until the decision has been made that we will, in fact, impose a tax of this kind. Then this kind of information.
And help me understand which issues, those are the division between arts and parks kind of issues, or the maintenance, the upgrade.
Replacement versus new. I'm sure there are a dozen issues that could surface that could become divisive, and that the media would seize on, and people would begin to second guess the merits of a RAP tax altogether.
I think you're probably overestimating the attention that most of your residents pay to any of this. But so gathering opinions from them is, for the vast majority of them, is probably the only chance that we'll get sort of a representative look at what they actually think about these issues, versus moving forward and deciding without their input or the input of the folks that show up to the meetings and speak up, which I don't think is representative.
I think gathering public opinion on these topics now before the tax is instituted so that the city can come forward with a plan on how to allocate that funding will be better in the long term and will come off in a better light for the citizens. Like, I would be more willing to vote to pass a tax if I knew what the city was planning on spending that money on. And we can develop a more specific plan when we have public opinion on these issues.
I don't think it's the only input as you make a decision, but it's certainly an important one to consider. So, yeah.
Just to comment on a couple of the questions.
Sure.
The question, within the last 12 months, approximately how many times have you done the following in Provo? And you list many events, but I think to add the Peaks Arena, the Ice Arena, and the Cubby Center would be helpful to have on that list as well.
Yep.
In the next question, you have those listed. It would just be helpful.
I think that's just an oversight. Thank you.
And then another question on page 4.
There's question names in all caps, so that helps us find it.
Okay, so it just says upgrades 1 through 5.
Yep. Okay. Good.
That one?
Q upgrade.
That's the, okay. So that one talks about if the city decides to invest in upgrading and maintaining existing parks, fields, and facilities, which should be the priorities? And you list 4 upgrades and 1 replacement, and it might be helpful to have a mix of both. And
sure.
Because there are upgrades to add lighting to parks and fields, to add circuit training equipment, or bike lanes, or shade and protection for structures over the playground. But
if you want to add some to the
aging playground, be like to fix, I don't know what else, a toilet, or something that needs to be replaced. There are some things that are more replacement that necessary replacements as opposed to upgrades if there were more of an even balance of it.
And so that's the kind of thing that we'd like to get feedback on.
Yeah,
There are
exactly.
things that we're overlooking in terms of things that could be replaced rather than upgraded, and so on. So
you have access to the survey instrument that Parks and Recreation used a few years ago when they were preparing for their master plan?
I don't think we do.
believe we have that.
I suggest you get access to that.
Okay.
Because it lists much of this.
Good.
Any other questions or comments?
This may speak to Hal's earlier point about how much information to share with residents at this point before we even know the status of the RAP tax, but there's no mention here of the bonding potential for this. Is it too early to, is that another factor that just complicates this issue if we ask residents how they feel about bonding for these amenities?
I think, sorry.
Please.
What I would do, if you want to get at that, the way to get at that is to do an A/B test or some kind of test where you give information to some and not to others, and you see how that affects. That's the cleanest way for you to be able to tell how the information affects opinion, and then you have a sense of, oh, if we move in this direction with the bonding included as part of the proposal, here's how they react, and if we go without, here's how they react, and that can help you decide whether it's such a popular idea or unpopular idea that it makes sense to continue talking about or not. That would be my suggestion. Is if there's a lot of sense that you want to think about that we should include it in some form. But if you're really uncertain, then I would add that uncertainty as part of the design, and not give everyone the same version of the question.
That's potentially divisive.
Yes. Yeah. The more divisive. So I would ask, and so the one question I would call your attention to that we have to get right is on page 2, and it's the basic question about the proposed tax, which I don't think. I mean, we include some stuff in there about Orem doing it, but I don't think we should have that in there. That's
what purpose is that that Orem passed grab tax? What,
So that our residents know that every
What
time
is
they
that
shop at
claim?
Costco,
I mean,
they're already
what-
paying.
It's just exactly that.
what?
That Orem collects our sales tax when we shop.
Well, then why don't we put the other 8 or 10 cities to do it too?
Or rephrase it.
I just don't know.
What I would suggest is.
Is that supporting the position?
Yeah, so I would hesitate. I actually would take that Orem language out of that question and just, what I would suggest is that we make it look as closely as we can to whatever might appear on the ballot, the actual language that would show up that they have to see on the ballot. So I would come back to the city staff, that the legal counsel or whoever is that approves that. There's certain requirements that have to be met when you put something on the ballot like this. And I would say we get as close as we can so that it mirrors that language. Then after that, we can ask versions of it that include more or less, or ask and say, well, what if you knew, or which makes you more or less likely to support this? There are some things that you could do, knowing that Orem and 8 other cities in the Wasatch Front do this. Does that make you more or less likely? Knowing that when you spend money in Orem, they spend your sales tax dollars on programs in Orem and parks in Orem or something like that. You could fashion statements like that, but I wouldn't muddle the basic vote question with that. I would keep the vote question as closely aligned to the actual ballot language as we can.
Of course, we're depending on the survey results to know quite how to craft the ballot.
Yeah, and this is where some of our past work does help a little bit. So we did do an experiment, not this year, but the year before, where we tested the way we phrased the 1/10 of 1%. And we found out that the way we have it here, using 1/10 of 1% is actually a better way to phrase it. It doesn't make an enormous difference, but it makes enough that I would opt to use 1/10 of 1%. So that, I'm sure the law requires you to specify how much the tax will be, but it probably doesn't specify exactly how you phrase it. And words matter in these situations, and when you have people voting on it, that their first information, and sometimes only information, is what the ballot says, believe it or not. I mean, I know it's hard to believe for people that live and breathe this kind of stuff, but there is a set of people that will come and vote, and they will never have encountered the issue until they actually read the language on the ballot, and it will sway them.
But even 1/10 of 1% may not be adequate. We also want
to
parenthesize an example
of what that means.
Actually,
yeah. And I would say, especially if that's what the state law requires when you do this kind of thing, then yeah, we should come up with that language sooner. We should do it. We should come up with that this week and use it in what we ask.
Is there a different way to present the question in Q-split 1?
What page are we on?
On page 5, where it says, if the RAP tax passes in Provo, how do you think the city should allocate the funding of arts and cultural activities versus recreation and parks? Instead of pitting those two together, because there may be someone who, the reason why they love living in Provo is the rooftop concert series, and that's their most favorite thing out of anything that we do is the rooftop concert series, right? But they use the park every day, or they run around the park every day. I mean, it kind of pits two against each other, and what's more valuable to them, they might not be able to do on a slider and say, well, maybe they say they're equal, but what if they're not equal? And what if one arts and culture really outweighs something else, but they use something in the parks and recs every day? They don't, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. It's hard to just quantify on a slider to say this is exactly where I am percentage-wise with that kind of thing. I don't know.
And it's precisely this hard decision this hard exercise that you want them to do. So I would say what we want to do is make sure that we phrase the wording of the trade-off as closely as we can in the limited space that we have to make it realistic. And then those data that come back are helpful in terms of what not only is the average split, but what's the variance, right? How much, if the whole city is very tightly focused and it's a 70-30 split, that tells you something versus a 70-30 split that has people all across the scale. That's information that is useful to you to know sort of what the sense is, and especially if you put it on the ballot, what to emphasize in terms of what will get people excited about it. I assume, by saying that, I assume that if you vote to put something on the ballot like this, you do actually want it to pass. Maybe that's not a safe assumption.
Not necessarily.
Yeah, exactly. But,
that's why I think we need to be a little bit careful that all that we do isn't part of the campaign.
Right.
And I guess my only response to that is the language that you use on the ballot will actually matter to the final result. It won't be a 20-point difference, but it will mean the difference if it's really close.
And do you avoid open-ended questions?
We don't avoid them necessarily. They're just
some of these things.
We can use open-ended. They are just more costly in terms of the time it takes to both ask and code afterward. So that means that we got to cut somewhere else to make it come in within. It needs to be about 10 minutes long. That's our constraint here. We can keep people on the phone a little longer than 10 minutes, but they won't stay online on a survey for much more than that. And so sort of social conventions, when you get somebody on the phone and do a phone survey, which is a lot more expensive than online, by the way, suggest that once they're on the phone, you can keep them on for 15 or even 20 minutes, and they'll stay on because they're too polite to quit on you. But online, if you start to give them too difficult a question and stuff that they've never heard of or never dealt with, then you'll get a bunch of people that will just cut out of the survey, and I don't think we want that.
What percentage of people cut out on the statistical questions versus the statistical purposes questions at the end?
Once you get them into the survey, past the first 3 or 4 questions, most people stick through the end.
They'll give you the demographics.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yep.
Also, to comment on Tom's earlier question, you will be able to segregate the data on the basis of the usage data that you.
We can, yes.
So you can take that position along the dimension, the continuum that you referred to in the one item, and say, all right, so this is the ratio, the preference ratio for those who actually use the facilities according to the self-report.
And I'm making notes of this so that when we come back to present, we have some of that.
Those who don't.
Because I know you'll be interested in that.
I'm assuming geographic as well.
Absolutely.
Yes.
So you can see which part of the cities are, if there's difference of opinions based upon where they live.
Question.
Yes.
With research, when people do scientific researches and say this is the way it is in this field, they can support it and steer it and come to the results and conclusion they want. With a survey, can you steer the public into the zone? If you had an ultimate direction you wanted to take, could you steer the survey that way?
If I were unethical, yes.
Okay. It is possible.
It is, sure, because what we know from a mountain of research is that people are very sensitive to the way these questions are worded. And so what's important when you write questions is that they're as balanced and as non-technical as you can make them. And so if it's a controversial issue, it's important that both sides of that issue are stated clearly so that people can see that there are two sides and that the language that's used to describe one option is balanced with the language that's used to describe the other. And it's a science and an art, so that's the difficulty in doing it. And so we just do our best. And I guess what I will try to do is where we're asking questions that are similar to what we've done previously, we'll match those so that we can compare. Right. So that's one benefit of doing this over time is that you get a sense of if there's movement and change. And we do have a very small handful of these questions that we've asked previously. And so it'll help validate this as an accurate sampling and also give us a sense if there's been any movement.
Or are your lead questions ones that generate on the survey initially?
Those are just sort of easy starter questions to get people warmed up and also to help us compare against these previous surveys that we've done. So you'll see those are some of the very same questions we've used in that. Yeah. Those first 4 or so. And those are just intended to draw people in, get them warmed up before we hit them with some complicated question about arts and parks funding.
They're useful in the sense that it gets people into the survey, and also that looking at people who are overall satisfied with the survey can help us, or with the city, we can look at that in terms of how they feel about arts and parks versus people who are less satisfied with their quality of life in the city and what they think needs to be improved. So
Provo, by the way, has remarkably high satisfaction
Right.
and approval of its city and public officials. So in all of the work we've done, both the city council and the mayor and the city as a whole, and satisfaction with the way tax dollars are spent and all of that. It's remarkable when you look at your numbers and compare them to other cities around Utah and elsewhere.
Is it off the charts?
It's pretty off the charts. Yeah.
So,
Especially his.
Well, but I'll add, because I'm here in front of the city council, for a legislative body, I've never seen approval rating this high of a legislative body anywhere. So you're doing fine. The amicable way you seem to deal with things seems to be working for the city residents. So yeah.
So I actually didn't see the numbers for last year. When I came in, I think we climbed up to like a 9% approval rating or something like that. Have we gone up since then?
You're about where you were the year before. It hasn't dramatically changed. But the fact that you're holding steady at this astronomical level is actually an achievement.
I think you're actually in the 60s, high 60s.
Yeah, 9 is the
Low
vast
70s.
understatement.
Yeah, it was.
9% growth, so.
It
Can I
may
ask
have.
one more follow-up question?
Sure.
Yes.
With your survey, when you select participants, is it just an open calling, random? How do you?
It's a match. There's a firm that matches by name and address from the registered voter file.
Okay.
So that's what we've been using. The email addresses, it's voters. Yeah. There are other options to do this, but they're more costly. And I think for a survey that's focused on something that will be on the ballot, actually voters is a very good place to go.
It's people that care vote, right?
One of the things we'll be able to do is use the vote history that people have to model and give you a sense of likely voters versus all voters, likely voters in a municipal election. So we'll be able to tell you if there's a big difference there on any of these questions. So we'll look at that as well.
Any other input for Mr.
So
Munson?
the
Yes.
Provo River Trail's not on here anywhere. Is that considered part of the trail we go on the trail?
Just to the mouth of the canyon
Yeah.
to Utah Lake.
Yeah.
Everything actually up Provo Canyon is Utah Canyon.
Yeah, so that's not really mentioned in here. It might be good to
Yep.
find out how often they use it, or even to include that as a upgrade or replacement.
Yep, absolutely, actually. That came up at our meeting. So now that I think of it, that's an oversight as well.
You'll find it listed in the Parks and Rec
Correct.
survey.
And we just staff received it this morning too, so we'll look over it as well and see if there's any other missing chunks like that.
Our intent is to program this up. We use Qualtrics. We'll be happy to know, a local company. We'll program it up and we'll send a link to the staff that they can circulate, so you can actually go through a practice version and see any changes and upgrades that we've made
Okay.
to the
And
survey.
then we can use that to consider our input today and see if there are any further.
Yeah, if there's any other things you want to add, just I guess you can send it to me directly, but it's probably easier to send it through Matthew and we'll pass it along, so to aggregate them.
Okay.
So.
Any
I think
other
if you
questions?
had your feedback of latest by Thursday,
Yeah,
earlier better, tomorrow?
tomorrow's better, but Thursday's fine.
Thursday actually works out really
Been
well for
okay.
us.
And we can have a link back to you sometime on Friday, so that you'll have the day Friday to look it over. And even, we will launch it probably Monday morning.
Sure.
So even something that was noticed over the weekend, we can still fix before we launch.
So are we eliminating the ORM references then in that question? And what did we decide on the bonding? You wanted to go to 2 different scenarios? Leave that out for now? No reference to bonding. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Is there someone that can help us with the likely language that would be on the ballot? Is that you, Brian? Okay.
Well, thank you very much, both of you. We appreciate your help today. And
Oh, I'm sorry, Greg. Before they leave, they're going to put in a actual dollar value, like 1 cent on $100, or what it is?
1/10 of one.
1/10. What does 1/10 of 1% mean? Because I look at that
That's 1
0
cent
point.
per
Is that
$10.
1%?
Right.
Is that likely to be something that would be on the ballot or no?
I'll have to check. My guess is probably not. The state's usually pretty strict about the way they raise those tax levels, but we might have discretion, so I'll have to look at that.
And if there is discretion, I think what I would suggest is that we actually do both, test it and see how people respond to that. I don't know that we haven't done that in the past when we've done these types of questions. And I would hesitate to go do the whole survey, and that's a really important question. We could certainly try a different version of it and see what it does to it. If that discretion exists, and if you want to.
I just look at the reality of what it does to a dollar, and it makes it the percentage.
To answer the question, in time to get the survey out, if Brian determines there is discretion, are you interested in the test option, or you test both? I see some nods. I don't see any.
I mean, the proportion of citizens who experience some form of staff phobia is very high. And seeing that in the ballot might in fact be aversive. So a friendly example of this actually means.
If you spend $100 at the grocery store or at whatever store, it would be this much in additional tax or something, that kind of a thing. Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
It'd be a dime.
Yeah.
My understanding is it's 1 cent for every $10.
Right.
All right.
It's typically
There we go.
how the state does.
There we go.
1 penny for every $10.
Mm-hmm.
Good. Okay.
All right. Thanks, Chris. Thanks again, Mr. Munson. Could you remind us of your name again?
Kyrene Gibb.
Kyrene. Thank you.
Thank you all.
As you know, we have on our council agenda tonight a discussion of the item we referred to earlier, the resolution requesting the certificate of registration from the Utah Division of Wildlife Resources in order to begin work on an urban deer control plan. And we had a brief discussion earlier to prepare for that. We have representatives here now from the Utah Division of Wildlife Resources. If I have the names correct, Ms. Channing Howard from Urban Wildlife. And then Mr. Stephen Gray, a biologist. And then I have 2 other names, Colby Jones and Rod Nielsen.
I'm Rod.
You're Rod. Okay, Rod Nielsen, who is a specialist. So we wanted to invite you to take maybe 10 or so minutes, and as we did discuss the item earlier, we are now preparing to take it to our council meeting tonight. We talked about authorizing our administration to prepare for the certificate of registration, and then also to share with us the impact this may have on our budgets. But we thought council members may have some additional questions since you can't be there tonight. Maybe, Channing, if you'd like to take the podium and respond to questions that council members have. And maybe start by introducing each member of your group and what their roles are.
So Steve Gray, he's the biologist for the Central Region. So that's Utah County, Salt Lake County. He'll be working really closely with you guys. Rod and myself are both urban wildlife specialists, and we both work all up and down the Wasatch Front. So in particular, I've been working with Bountiful for the last couple of years, managing that program. And Rod's been helping me with that and doing all sorts of other stuff as well. Like, I've been out in St. George helping out, been up to Logan, kind of all over. So all 3 of us are basically urban wildlife folks here at the state doing a variety of different tasks.
One question that came up in our earlier discussion was relative to your work in Bountiful.
Okay.
Channing, could you talk to us about the success of that program and what they're doing specifically?
Sure. So we did a 2-year pilot program. Highland and Bountiful were our two pilot cities, and they were each allowed to pick what sort of management type they wanted to explore. Highland did an archery program, Bountiful chose the trap and relocate program. This past year, so December, January, February was our first full trap season in Bountiful. We trapped a total of 211 deer over the course of about 3 months. We put radio collars on 100 adults. We've moved them to 2 different locations. It's about a 3-hour drive to each location. So northwest Box Elder County, Park Valley, Rosette, Raft River Mountains right up in there. About half the deer went there, and the other half of the deer went about 25 miles south of Mighton in Duchesne County. We're following the deer, following survival. We go out there and I fly every month, picking up collars, signals, and then retrieving any mortality signals that we hear. As far as that goes, we're about right on par with other deer translocation projects in the state of wild deer to wild, moving to another, from one mountain location to another. So we wanted to take that information and see, does it change if we are moving urban deer? Do urban deer survive as well, better, same as wild deer that are translocated? So we won't have the full data until they've been out there a year. That's usually what we judge based on 1 year survival. So a lot of our deer have been out there about 6 months right now. We're doing pretty well. One of the areas, we've only had 10 mortalities. The other area we've had 14. So we're right on par for what we're expecting right now. So we're really pleased with it. So we won't have the full year's worth of data back until next spring. But so far we're on track. We're doing pretty well. With that being said, running an urban deer trap and relocate program is very intensive. It takes a lot of time, a lot of effort, and there's a lot of different things that go into it versus just like a lethal control program. So that is definitely something that a lot of cities want to know about. Another thing we did with Bountiful, which I'm sure after hearing this last agenda item, you guys are all going to be familiar with now, we did a public perception survey of residents in Bountiful, and we ran that, did a telephone survey of residents in December before we started trapping, and kind of got the feedback. We're just starting to kind of parse through that data at this point, so I don't have any official results from that. But what we're going to do 2 years from now, after we've done 2 years of trapping and removing deer, we're going to ask residents again what their opinions are. And we want to see, does taking out however many deer we end up trapping by the end of these 2 years, does that bring the level down of the number of deer people are seeing in their backyards? Does it raise acceptance of deer? Are 10 deer more acceptable now than they were before? Are people seeing less damage? So one of the things everybody wants to know is, well, how many deer do we have in Bountiful, and how many do we need to remove? And it's very, very hard to determine that. It's very hard to count deer in urban areas. So we wanted to do it based on a public perception, because that's really what we're aiming for. We're not necessarily aiming for a certain population number within the city. We're aiming for public acceptance at a wider level for the number of deer in the city.
So you've relocated 211 deer in 2 years or per year?
That was the first year we kind of were trying out trapping methods. We only trapped for about 6 weeks, and we trapped and removed 36 deer the winter previous. And that was just allowing us a chance to go in and meet with the city and try out some trapping methods, seeing what works and what doesn't, and then we, the following year, went straight into the full-blown research side of it.
Do you have any feel for cost to Bountiful City, what they're paying, or do you bill them directly, or how does that
So
work?
we're not billing anybody, and there's no cost payment at this point in time. So what we're really looking at is payment with sort of in-kind payment. We had a couple folks in Bountiful that worked for the City Parks Department who helped us out almost on a full-time basis. Kind of depends on the week. If they had to go run the snow plows, then they did that, and weren't able to help out with the trapping. But what we found is it's extremely helpful to have folks in the city who work for the city who can help maintain the traps, to bait them, to set them, and that sort of thing. So if you're going to trap, you're going to want to bait your trap in the evening, and then first light we check them in the mornings. So it's really helpful to have somebody who's in the city that can come out and feed them in the evenings and then be there in the morning to help check them. And that was really the in-kind payment we're looking at. Overall, we did 33 trap days. We got an average of about 6 deer per trap day. And we had anywhere from 10 to 20 traps running at a time within the city. So we started out with 10 at the beginning of the season and then gradually just added traps towards about the middle of the season. And we were running about 20 traps every day we were trapping. And that's a lot of traps to run. That is.
That'd be somewhat of an indirect cost then to the city. You'd have to reallocate your resources somehow.
Yeah. No, I've also heard, maybe you can clarify, that Bountiful got a deal that may not be offered to subsequent cities. Is that correct? Or are you prepared
In what sense?
They weren't billed by you.
Not necessarily, because if we have, if I can figure out how to explain that. So another way that you guys can sort of pay for this without directly paying the division is if you have traps. So we only have a discrete amount of traps within the division, and a lot of those are being used right now. So if the city wants to buy materials and make your own traps and have your own traps and maintain them, that takes a lot of burden off of us, and that would be sort of some sort of payment cost to the city in that effect. I will be doing some more work with cost as we move forward with our research at this point.
Did you transport them or did Bountiful transport them?
We had a lot of volunteers help transport. So the Mule Deer Foundation donated a trailer, and so because it was not a division trailer, we were able to have volunteers hook up to the trailer and take it out with their personal vehicles. And we also took the deer out ourselves quite often. Another thing you guys could do as far as payments is if you had a city trailer that could work, then you could have city employees or volunteers. You have to work out the legalese of that. If you have your own trailer, then you can help with transport yourself.
Santa only uses his reindeer trailer a few weeks of the whole year.
You can borrow it.
Did you relocate all the animals you trapped?
We relocated almost all of them. We had 2 trap mortalities, or 3 trap mortalities, and 4 deer. We had 4 deer total that we ended up having to put down that did not make it out there. We had 2 that hurt themselves in the trapping process, and so we euthanized them. And we had 2 that had pre-existing conditions, so they had severely broken leg, that kind of stuff before we trapped them, and decided it was not humane to relocate them and put them down. So that was only 4 deer out of 211 this year that didn't get moved out of the city, and that's actually well under any sort of animal handling acceptable percentage to be euthanized.
What's the average life of a deer? And is it different in urban than wild? And
you know,
does the sex make a difference?
It's hard to know as far as urban and wild. I don't know if anybody's actually studied that in mule deer. I'd say does will generally 8 to 9, maybe 10. Bucks, since they're hunted, generally don't live quite as long. You have any input on that, Steve?
No, that's about right. And I mean, I don't know between urban and wild just because we've never really studied urban deer. They probably live longer because they have more tomatoes to eat. I don't know.
So one of the things that
either in there,
what's that?
In the urban setting, they're not hunted either. So
no, there's not a lot of pressure on them.
Yeah. So one of the things we are doing, if I do have a mortality and I can go out and find that deer that's died, I'll retrieve the radial collar, and I'm also collecting jaw bones, and we can age a deer by looking at the tooth wear. So I'll be able to take a look at all these teeth from the deer that have passed away and kind of determine age from there. And we also age them when we have them in hand. Once they get a little older, once they get to about 5 and older, it's hard to tell exactly how old they are, but 1 to 4 is really easy to tell, so we can tell those easily.
And then the sex of the deer on the ones you're moving?
We're moving all ages and all sexes.
What's the percentage of?
It is, I believe it's right about 50-50.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think it was 105 and 106. So I don't know how we did that, but we catch a lot of fawns,
as well. So even though it may be 50-50 ratio, they're not all going to be antlered, mature bucks, which is nice because they're a handful in the traps.
And also, can I say one? Also, the deer that are euthanized, like what Highland's been doing, how many deer have they?
We did like 72 the first year and 42 the second year.
All that meat's been donated to people that need meat, so the meat hasn't been wasted and it's been to a good cause. So even the kill method or euthanizing it's going to a good cause.
When will you have the data comparing public perceptions in the two communities?
We don't have public perception data on Highland. We just did Bountiful, but we will have the initial round of Bountiful hopefully by the end of summer. Have that data put together.
Can you describe the distribution of the, for those that you tracked? That's remarkable. Your scheme for placing traps brought you that kind of nearly identical distribution.
Yeah.
Sex.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
So, and this is just one method out of a bunch of different methods that a city can choose, or one method to incorporate in combination with others. So, you know, there's a lot of things to think about when it comes to figuring out what method's going to work best for Provo. Any other questions pertaining to the Bountiful project in particular?
Did Bountiful have the option to go with euthanizing?
Mm-hmm. They did.
Could you briefly state why they went the other way?
You know, when I spoke with them last, it didn't seem like it was a palatable option for the citizens of Bountiful, and the city didn't feel comfortable doing something that the citizens felt was not appropriate. So, and that's why we were able to go down that road and try and trap and relocate. So.
Thank you.
Well, the information and your expertise are very helpful. We appreciate your time here and coming down to share this with us. We know it'll be helpful in our discussions this evening. So thank you, Channing and Steve and Rod. We appreciate your spending time with us here today.
Have anything else for us on anything else?
Just mention that last year, just tell them a little bit how weather plays into the effectiveness of trapping. I mean,
it's a lot easier to trap deer when there's snow on the ground than when we place our apples and bait on top of the snow. It's so more tasty. So we had very, very little snow last year, and getting 211 deer with no snow is quite an accomplishment. I mean, it took a lot of effort from everyone involved for that. So, and we definitely appreciate all the volunteer effort involved with that. Kind of circling back to question about cost. So I said about 6 deer a day, and on average it would take about 3 hours a day for those 6 deer. So roughly a half hour a deer. So we got out 7 o'clock in the morning. We were done by 10 o'clock in the morning with all of our trapping, tagging, any samples we were going to take, and then they were loaded in this trailer. By 3 hours we were done with all of that for the morning.
Which part of the year is conducive to this?
We generally do it in the winter, so we're looking at December, January, February. And I know a lot of folks, talk to a lot of residents, can you get the deer right now? So this is a method that requires a little bit more patience on the residents' part, because we just can't trap in the middle of the summer, even early fall. So that's another consideration.
And also, if some areas are kill areas instead of trapping, that doesn't start until August. So it's August through December, basically, is when that window is for euthanizing.
Is it kind of go in conjunction with the general archery hunt, or not necessarily?
Well, we, just by policy, we don't, because of deer with fawns and stuff, yeah. So August is kind of our starting point with that.
Just a sideline question.
Sure.
Weight-wise, I know the deer are small, but what's the average weight for the fawns, the does, and the bucks?
Depends on what time of the year. Right now, fawns are real small, and way less than my cat. But at the time when we're trapping them, fawns are maybe 50 pounds or so. Does are roughly 100, give or take. And of course, body size and body condition goes into weight, but roughly about 50 and 100 pounds.
That's great. For sure, strong.
Oh,
It's incredible the way they mentioned it, they're powerful.
their legs are incredible, if you ever get on the end of them. Strong.
I have an oddball question.
Sure.
Are you in a position to know what the relative number of deer hunt permits per capita are between Bountiful and Highland?
As far as like individual,
Yeah.
people who hunt.
Hunters in Bountiful. You're probably assuming they do less hunting in Bountiful.
More hunters in Bountiful
Not
per
less.
capita? Yes. And that
Assuming
correlates with their moral decision.
That would have been a really good question to add to
So
that.
down here,
We could find out first how many hunters there are and then know what to do.
You know, there's a lot of sportsmen that, I mean, hunting is part of the way of life.
Yeah.
But for as many people that they don't care as much to euthanize or kill a deer, there's always people that don't like it, you know, and that's the thing. No matter where you go, it's going to be. And I guess when they start eating their trees, they like them less. But as long as they're eating their
tomatoes, as you mentioned.
What's that?
Or the tomatoes. as you
Yeah.
So we're gonna have a city holiday. We're gonna ask everybody to leave the city that doesn't want to be around the day we shoot them, and everybody that's left can shoot any deer they see.
I'll be dying that day.
So remember, you guys, your perception now is real high after they spoke last. You guys got a real high rating. Careful what you
Tread lightly.
A rating can plummet early, right? I'm just kidding. I'm sure you guys do what's best.
Thank you again.
Does anybody have any questions, I guess, about like the process? Have we been able to make this clear enough and understandable?
So I have one question. The numbers in Bountiful 200 versus the Highland numbers, you took a lot more. Was that because of the method or because more deer were available?
Bountiful's bigger, square mileage of space, so Bountiful is just bigger in general. I think Highland was only about 8 square miles, and Bountiful was almost 14 square miles, so we had a lot bigger area we were covering in Bountiful, just to begin with.
Do you feel like one is likely to bring a higher return than the other, one method, as far as number of deer eliminated?
You know, it's hard to say because I was looking at some of Brian Cook's numbers and volunteer hours and the number of deer that they took per number of volunteer hours, and I don't remember exactly what that number was, but it was fairly similar to the trap numbers.
Do you know if Brian is willing to do this for other cities?
I believe he is. Have you guys spoken with him?
I have.
Okay, yeah, I believe he is. I know a couple other cities have spoken with him within the last number of months.
Thanks again.
Last question. You mentioned about using the meat, now we've also started using the word euthanize, but we're talking about shooting them with bow and arrow, right? That's what fish euthanization is.
It's however you decide.
Yeah.
Okay, so
That's
let's
not the
just,
Highland do.
I guess, are those who shoot them eligible to use the meat, or is the meat all taken?
They have to be donated.
Okay.
To somebody. They're not allowed to keep them like.
Yeah.
And they limit it down to a very select number of people could shoot. You had to train and qualified, and you could get eliminated just like that.
And I think Highland's gone pretty much without incident, haven't they?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they've been really good. And
one thing the city can actually do, you can write in your plan that the meat should be donated here, and we are going to make a list of needy families who want the meat and donate it that way. So that's some pull you guys have as to how this meat gets donated. So.
I guess I don't know. If an archer is used to eating deer meat, family that maybe is struggling, I'm not sure they would welcome.
Yeah.
I think it depends on how
I
it's
mean,
prepared.
depends on how hungry you are, I mean, right, but.
Isn't it just like chicken?
It's actually very good.
If you have the right person.
Yep.
And taking care of it. We've donated deer before to people that have not been wild game eaters, but they're just so grateful for anything. So it's a perception thing there again, you know. People, you're offering them a meal, they're gonna be mostly appreciative.
There are some people that only eat deer meat because they can't eat beef medically. I've run into people like that, so.
Somebody will appreciate it. It's just a matter of matching those folks up with the meat that's available for them.
Thank you again.
A lot to think
Appreciate
about.
your time. Yes,
We
very much.
appreciate you guys letting us,
Sure.
okay. Brian? I don't have a code, guys.
I'll text it right now. All right, Ryan, you are up. We'll move to item 6 on the agenda, presentation and discussion regarding the overall impact resulting from proposed tax and utility rate increases in Provo. And Ryan, I don't know why my agenda shows only 5 minutes for this item.
Because it won't take longer than 5 minutes.
All right.
That's up to you.
Unless you guys want to talk about it.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
So there was in your packets, there was a page that looked kind of like this. Percy and Priscilla Provo. This is an idea we've kind of had for a few years in the office, and Councilwoman Hales brought it up a couple of times in a few meetings. Councilmember Miller also brought it up about a month ago. So we decided to start some work on it. And the page that was included in your packet is kind of, it's a preliminary idea of what we're thinking about. It's not final. We haven't vetted out all of the numbers yet. But we just wanted to get your take to see if we're on the right path. If this is what you're looking for, what we've done is we've tried to take the taxes that us as a city get from the residents of Provo. Now the scope could be much larger. We could go and look at all the taxes that citizens pay. We could have the school district in there. We could have federal taxes and all of that. But we think that this is kind of what you had in mind when you brought it up, and it's what we kind of had in mind for the last few years. So anyway, this is kind of preliminary. We just wanted to get any feedback that you may have. These numbers aren't final. We still have to vet them out a little bit more, but wanted to get your take and feedback.
Yeah, this was one of the big questions for us was scope. One of the questions, what is the tax burden of the Provo, the average Provo citizen? I think one of the next steps we would say, okay, what is these average fees, how do they correlate to the average household income or average family income, as it may be? And then second, are we looking at just studying, is Provo 5% of their total income? Or are we looking for the total tax burden that they may pay on all levels of government, which might be 20 or 30%? Those are very two different research projects, when the latter would take a lot more time and resources. We just want to be clear what your outcome here on this data request was, so we appropriately responded.
Where's this headed? To whom is this headed?
Well, this is a response to your sales and your comments.
Yes.
At this point, it could certainly develop into something more, but at this point, we're just responding to the council.
And one of the other tools that we're developing, we haven't finalized it by any means, but that we'd like to develop is actually an online calculator that people can go in and put the amount of each utility that they use, and if they were to use more or less, how that would affect their bill. So that's kind of something that's tied to this a little bit, and so it would eventually go out to residents if, once that's all But we just wanted to see if there's something that you want more, or if we're on the right track.
We weren't totally clear on exactly what was being requested, so if you could clarify, is this it, or is it something more or something less? That'd be helpful at this point.
I'm just wondering whether the mayor has already included the utility rates data in the monthly newsletter or blog. This is something that would be useful to you.
We would be happy to help promote it and use both the newsletter and the blog. But the blog, electronic, is a lot better if you can ask them to click on a link to get there.
Just a couple of things. I really like this, actually. It's one of those things where you're going with, rather than a percent, you're actually showing us some dollar figures.
Yeah.
One of the concerns that I've got is utility rates. It's based on a monthly. The property tax and the RAP tax are annual. And I don't know that there's a lot you can do about that, as long as you emphasize that the utility rates are a monthly rate in comparison with the other two. And the RAP tax is $42,555. That's if they spend all of their sales tax rate in Provo, which I'm not sure that everybody spends every taxable dollar in Provo. I don't know if there's any information on that.
The RAP tax one, we still have a lot more work to do to try to get accurate numbers. So that one's preliminary, but yeah, we could change it
or just qualify it saying that if you spent all of your money in Provo, some way, because I know a lot of people are already in Orem spending it.
Right.
So
we believe the data's out there that suggests, or I think the data's there from the State Tax Commission on average sales tax and we can correlate that data.
How much you spend in Provo?
Well, that might take it to another level of analysis to determine
if they're actually spending it.
I don't know. We'll have to think about that one, but we can say whether you spend your money here or someplace else, you're on average spending $500 or $700 a year in sales tax. And that, again, we're looking for a ballpark, not scientific.
And I appreciate it, and I think it's great. Especially if we start going with some public outreach with this, I think these are very easily understood and a lot more clear than, oh no, a tax rate, you know.
Well, someone can look at this and say, gosh, that's a 10% increase on the bill for 2015, 2016. Unfortunately, what goes unglimpsed here is what that increase is going toward.
Yep.
In terms of all of the infrastructure improvements.
So what does this buy you? What does this receipt buy you? You know, I think if we were to take this to a public messaging, we could certainly include some links and other things that help.
Oh yeah, so I was going to say we could add a link on here to say to the Public Works plan, right, or to a Public Works presentation that says this is what it's buying you.
And the property tax is so confusing. You look at your property tax, your value's going up, and your tax is actually going down, and yet we're proposing a tax increase.
Yeah, well,
it's just so strange that the way the tax system works. It drives. How can you ask for more money and then reduce my bill? I don't get it. You know,
You need to be very careful to specify which aspect of the property tax this is.
Yes, Provo School District and
higher.
Right.
So originally, I thought the question that was asked was the total tax burden. I thought that when we talked in the council work session, we were looking at the total tax burden of the resident. And I thought it was meant to include their state tax and federal tax. Like the total, and I don't know if you can even calculate that, or if it's just a Provo that we can.
Well, we can. I'm just gonna again. That's why we asked. That's the first step, and if this was sufficient, we were happy to just finalize this. But if you were looking for more, we can develop that further. It's just going to take more time and resources. At this point, I couldn't even estimate how long that would take.
Potentially most helpful is comprehensive.
Yes, because then you can say the average person spends 30% of their revenue on taxes, only 4% or 5% is Provo.
That's it. That's what we want.
And is that what you're looking for?
I should think so.
Okay, then that's helpful guidance. Any other thoughts on that?
When we start getting so comprehensive, I just wonder, I personally don't pay a lot of income tax, but I get more hit on property taxes. So how do you relate on all those things, or how do you, it gets to the point
Well,
where, how do you do that?
We're gonna just have to define what an average family is, and so your personal tax situation may not apply where you have business interests, and we're not gonna get into that. It's just if you are a typical family that owns a single family home in Provo, this is what it looks like.
I guess
Now, if you have a much more complicated portfolio of assets and such, this isn't meant to address that at all.
A friendly way of saying how untypical.
How weird is the word of that?
Yes. Great.
All right, thank you.
So does the council as a whole want us to go down that path that Councilmember Miller has suggested? Do we want a motion? I mean,
Kim suggested the same. I was
Yeah.
just echoing what you said.
And that would be fine with me too.
I'm in general agreement there, so we'll just move forward in that direction.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. All right, Brian Torgensen. We are on item 8, a report on traffic management around local schools. Thanks for joining us here, Brian, this afternoon.
Mr. Garrett, council, thanks for this opportunity. I was asked to speak a little bit on traffic control for school zones. I understand there was a meeting that took place with the school district and council, and there were some questions raised and maybe some concerns expressed by the school district, maybe even some frustration expressed by the school district on what they perceive as inaction by the city possibly. So here today to explain that process, how it works, what we're bound to as a city. So anytime you're talking traffic control,
You can turn it on the side.
so anytime you're talking traffic control, there's this blessed document called the MUTCD. MUTCD is developed by the Federal Highway Administration. It's adopted or incorporated into federal law through reference, and is considered to be the standard, the national standard for all traffic control devices installed on any street, highway, public street, anything open to public travel. From there, each state is required to substantially conform to the federal MUTCD. The way that Utah chooses to do that is they actually adopt the federal MUTCD with a series of minor supplemental sections. And the intent of the MUTCD is to standardize as much as possible the application of traffic control devices throughout the country. Early on in the history of our country, we had one state doing one thing and another state doing another, created a lot of confusion and really an unpredictable situation from state to state. And so that's why the MUTCD was formulated. It spells out basically everything related to traffic control devices. Again, I mentioned Utah has chosen to adopt the national MUTCD with a series of supplementals. As specified in Utah State Code, this Utah State MUTCD along with the national MUTCD applies to all jurisdictions within the state.
Yeah, I asked whether any of those supplementals pertain to schools.
Yes. So Part 7
of the Utah MUTCD deals specifically with traffic control for school zones. Spells out in great detail the process. I'll get to that just a little bit later. State code, the Utah State Code also identifies the process and the requirements for traffic control in school zones. It also identifies the school district's responsibility in this whole process. And again, as we mentioned, the process is further defined in more detail in Part 7 of the Utah State MUTCD. So as we get into the school district responsibility spelled out in the Utah State Code, each school district or each public schools to establish a school community council at the building level. So each elementary school, middle school should have what's known as a community council made up of parents and typically led by the school administrator or the principal. The school community council, in coordination with the principal, makes recommendations regarding the school's SNAP plan. SNAP is an acronym that stands for Student Neighborhood Access Plan. Essentially what a SNAP plan, we'll get in, the next slide will show an example of a SNAP plan, but what it does is provide basically a map for all children attending any given school, a safe route to school, or the safest route to school. Any concerns by the public regarding school safety should be taken to the appropriate elementary school or middle school's community council and discussed in that setting. Also, a requirement set forth in the state code is that this SNAP plan be reviewed annually by parents, sent out to the parents, and actually education given on these plans for the students in the school. Here's an example of what a SNAP plan looks like. It's not anything super spectacular, but it does show locations of existing traffic controls, signals, crossing guards, crosswalks. The SNAP plan should also identify any hazards in the area. Whatever it might be, if there's a section of open ditch or something that parents feel their children shouldn't be walking along that hazard, those are all sorts of things that need to be identified in a SNAP plan. These are all formulated by the community council. Issues or concerns are identified at that level, and then requests for improvements can be made each year as part of the SNAP plan process, which once it goes through the community council level, it's then passed on to the district's traffic safety committee. And this is where, if you look at the makeup of the district's traffic safety committee, it involves schools within the district, PTA of schools, the municipality or the county, so in this case Provo City, Utah County, state and local law enforcement, and also state or local traffic safety engineering. So this is kind of the step where, at least in Provo, the final two steps have kind of merged together, because once the process goes to the district safety traffic safety committee, it's handed off to the local and state jurisdictions for review. Now, where we are a party to that committee, we've kind of condensed the last two steps of that, where the community councils are sending it to the district officials, who then forward it on to us for review. So we've become more efficient, I guess you could say, in the way we handle these, kind of combine the last two steps. Again, the SNAP plans are submitted annually by the community council to this committee, and then the traffic safety committee submits SNAP plans to the local municipalities or the state, depending on who has jurisdiction over the facility. Once it's handed off to the city, we perform evaluation for each of the requests identified in in the SNAP plan or in the request for that year. As we mentioned, NUTCD spells out pretty much every requirement in order to implement a traffic control device in a school zone. That being said, each request is evaluated against the warrants that are specified in the manuals. For example, certain pedestrian volumes need to be met in order to install a school crossing. Certain traffic volumes and speeds need to exist in order to install a reduced speed zone. So this is just an example of a study that was done on 700 North. If any of you are familiar with the Wasatch Elementary routing plan, it requires there is a school crossing on 700 North at 1050 East. We get repeated requests for reduced speed, so the flashing lights that reduces speed to 20 miles an hour. This is the warrant study just for that case. It's based on a point system that takes into account traffic volumes, pedestrian volumes, gaps between traffic, speed of traffic, and then each one of those sets of criteria are assigned a point value. And then you have to have a minimum number of points in order for that to be warranted. In this case, it was required is 33. This one had 5 points, and so it's although it's a big deal to the people in neighborhoods, and you know, deservedly so, people are worried about their kids. It's a long ways from meeting the requirements set forth by the state and the federal standards. So, and that's where we get into some of the frustration with the school district and elementary schools is they request year after year after year the same things, and and we do the studies year after year, and it just plain doesn't meet the warrants. And so there are opportunities to use some engineering judgment. We've done that in a number of occasions. Mr. Parker heads our Provo City School Safety Committee, where once we perform the evaluations, we meet as a committee with law enforcement. Also, UDOT's invited to that, so the state, where we make those sorts of judgment calls, where maybe it's not quite meeting the criteria, but just because of the conditions that exist that may not show up in the study, decisions are made for improvements to be implemented. So there is some flexibility, but keep in mind also that anytime you step outside of these guidelines, you're opening the city up to liability. That's why the standards are there, and as a professional engineer, making those decisions opens the city up to liability if something were to happen, because fortunately there are people out there looking for those sorts of things, and if things aren't installed as per guidelines and standards, then we become liable for that.
And even those exceptions then would likely be granted only when the traffic justified closer to that maximum you're looking at. Probably not when it's down at a 5, like you referred to, but if it were at a 29 or 30, when you're looking for a 33 in the rating.
May I ask, how many snaps would you typically receive on an annual basis from the District Traffic Safety Committee?
Well, ideally, I would receive one from each elementary school and middle school in Provo School District. Unfortunately, I don't get that. I think this year, and I have to take into account the districts had some turnover in their personnel, and so it was Troy. I think it's Lindlock, his first year in the process. So there's a little bit of learning curve with the process, even at the school district level. So, but typically I'll see 3 or 4 a year. I think this past year, Wayne, was probably the least amount of requests we've had in a year. So we try to review these in March, April timeframe, so that any requests that are warranted are able to be incorporated into the budgeting process. So just this spring, there are a number of items that were added. School crosswalk in front of Lakeview Elementary out on the west side, crosswalk on 9th East and Center Street for the Provo Peaks Elementary School, some signage at Birch Lane and 9th East where we've had a school crossing, but the signing for whatever reason wasn't up to par. So there are a number of things that
that have happened even just this year.
You sense that that is a reflection of the only partially functioning school community councils?
I think that's part of the problem. The other, from my perspective, one of the challenges that I see is terminology and getting the councils to really understand what they're asking for. Now, there's a large variety of school safety traffic control measures. There's simply a school crosswalk that's signed as such. It has the high hazard marking so that rather than the two or transverse bars on the pavement, it has the vertical bars, so it's higher visibility. That's typically what you would see with a school crosswalk. Now, I think when we receive a request for a school zone, people think flashing lights and people slowing down. And so that's part of the thing is a lot of the districts or the schools in the district don't know really what they're asking for. So in those cases, what we've tried to do is actually go and meet with the community councils. I've met with several of who have invited me. I've extended that invitation through the district that if you have concerns, I'm willing to come sit down with you and explain the process and why you're getting a no every year or some hesitation on the city's part to implement some of these things that are being requested.
Just maybe add a couple of elements to this if I could. A complication that occurs here is the ever-changing state regulations relative to school busing. They are modified every year, which results in changes to routing. And when the school district drops a bus stop, for whatever reason, it changes the SNAP. And so again, it can create some challenges for us when the school district has bus students and now no longer does. Either there's a hazard that's been eliminated on the street, for example. If there wasn't a sidewalk on a high traffic area and now there's a new sidewalk, they'll drop a bus stop, and that will create then potentially a need for additional traffic control. Anytime there's a boundary adjustment, it creates the need for a new look. Because if you have students who used to go to one school and now go to another, and the walking route is different, it creates a new element to that. The third thing I suggest, which has been a relatively recent change, is the impact of charter schools and the fact that they change the walking patterns to the traditional public school. So if you drop a charter school in the River Grove neighborhood, for example, where kids used to go to Westridge or used to go somewhere else, and now that neighborhood the kids have coalesced around Freedom Academy, for example, it totally changes the dynamics of how that works. And so again, as we've seen a variety of these changes occur over the years, it complicates the factor even more. It's not just as simple as whether something meets the MUTCD standard. So, and again, I think I sat on the committee when the state went to this change 20 years ago. I represented the Utah League of Cities and Towns on the committee that helped put together these standards. And one of the overriding factors was they didn't want to move, as you move from Provo to Orem to American Fork to Pleasant Grove, that everything looks the same. And again, part of their concern was that if a safe school zone is established and you only have 3 children who walk through that zone, yet you have a crossing guard, drivers, because they never see school children there, start ignoring that crossing. And when they get to Pleasant Grove, even though there may be 50 children crossing there, they will start ignoring that crossing. And so the whole idea of creating warrants was about uniformity across the state. And so every time we breach uniformity, in the view of the state regulators, we are creating a situation which degrades everyone else's school zones. Does that make sense? And so that's one of the reasons why, if there's only 5 children potentially crossing and community council may say, well, we really need a crossing guard, the answer is generally going to be no, unless there is some really prevalent circumstance which would change that view. So.
This question came about in our joint meeting with the school board, and one of the school board members asked, what is the process? And so it might be helpful. I mean, they can watch this this work session as well. But it might be helpful to have a yearly refresher on exactly what the process is. And they had one question in particular about the roundabout on Center Street, and it may be one of those things that you've already addressed, but just concern that you come around the roundabout and there's Provo Peaks Elementary and there's their crossing right there. And there's no sort of warning that you're headed into a school zone. And in their eyes. So anyway, that was when the question came about and the need for this. And I did reach out to Michelle Lade. I reached out to Michelle Kafusi today to say, hey, are you aware that we're talking about this? And she thought they might be able to get some people there, but I think it was a little late.
Yeah, I just might mention we did a pretty comprehensive review of the process on the website that talks about community councils and how the process works, and then there's links at the end of that to the particular chapters in the NUTCD, to the state safe school routing. The SNAP programs can all be done online, so the community council can actually go on and drag and drop map icons in, and so there's a link to that software that you can utilize online. And so again, we've tried to make it very, very clear. And again, if there are questions, we're happy to have Brian, or again, the school district staff is pretty well versed on this process as well. So
and I know being on community council for Wasatch, we did use the SNAP, and we also had really good coordination with engineering as well when there were classes that are trying to get across 9th East. They're willing, just have a teacher call beforehand, and they were willing to hold that light a little bit longer for student crossing. I think we kind of do go out of our way to help provide for safety of the children, so I appreciate that. And we can get this information to the school board.
So I've included in the last page some of the links to specifically the mayor's or the city web page. I think Wayne, you probably created that blurb on school safety, so there's a link to that. If that should be in your handout there. But just one thing also is when it really comes down to it, it's the parents' responsibility to make sure their children are safe on their way to school. And in my conversations with the schools, it seems to have been lost, or at least to some extent, that education process. And the NUTCD, just in closing, it actually encourages use of existing traffic control devices rather than adding, because again, the more you add, the less they're used, because you're dispersing students more, and then just as Mr. Parker indicated, then they lose their effectiveness. And anyway, that's important to keep in mind as well. Any other questions?
Thank you very much, Brian. We can get this information onto the school district as a reminder, and then if they have any specific questions, we can follow up in a joint meeting. Thank you, Brian. Appreciate your time.
To me, the first question should be, where there's a concern, let's take a look at the latest SNAP from the school community council. They're only receiving 3 or 4 a year. For the answer.
Right. Yeah. Thank you. All right. Item 9 on our agenda is a report from the parking committee regarding the proposed Wasatch Neighborhood Parking Program. And Mr. Parker, I think
we're going to hand around a hard copy. It actually is in Sire, but it's not very readable. At least it wasn't on my device, and so I thought I would just get you a hard copy. The city code, as it relates to parking permit programs, requires that the city administration provide a response to any application which is accepted by the council for a new parking permit program. And so this report is intended to satisfy that statutory requirement. So I'll just walk you through very quickly the concepts here. So we looked at the submittal, which had been provided by Councilmember Santiago and the Wasatch Neighborhood. So the specifics, kind of at the lower end of page 1 there. The only one that we really had concerns about was trying to designate specific parking stalls to specific permits. Again, we just thought that was kind of problematic in a limited area with a lot of cars. So if your 2 spaces were taken in front of your home and you had a guest with a permit, where would they park, and whose permit would they have to borrow, and some of those kinds of things. And so, but otherwise, basically the permit program would work as follows. There would be that for residents in the area, that is, and again, the proposal was for resident, the car would have to be registered at an address that is within the parking permit area. So if you actually moved into the area and you didn't change your vehicle registration, you wouldn't qualify for a permit. Or if you were driving a car that belonged to a relative, you wouldn't qualify for a permit. It had to be licensed and registered in the parking permit area. The parking passes for residents would allow unlimited parking permission on the street, meaning there would be no time restriction. Each home would be issued 2 visitor parking passes. And actually, I should have included the word free there because that was included in the proposal, to allow similar time unrestricted parking, and so those permits could be hung on the rearview mirror and allow vehicles to park on the street for visitors.
Wayne, so 2 free implies they can purchase additional? Or?
No.
Okay, all right.
And then the time-limited parking for those not displaying permits would be for a maximum of 1 hour from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. And so if you're between 6 p.m. and 6 a.m. or Saturday and Sunday, there's no restriction on time parking, other than the 72-hour parking, which is part of the underlying city ordinance. So the committee recommends the adoption of an ordinance which would establish the permit program for the area designated on the map, which is in your handout. So it's basically the area north of Kiwanis Park and west of Locust Avenue. So that's the just very quick general description. We would implement the 1 hour parking time limit from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. We talked about recommending the issuance of parking permits to residents, 1 for each vehicle licensed at and housed at an address in the parking permit area, and then 2 additional parking permits for visitors allocated each dwelling unit. Now, in some cases, we have a basement apartment. Those folks would be considered residents, assuming their vehicle was licensed and registered there. If a student lived there that their vehicle is registered in Colorado and they chose not to move their registration to Utah, they wouldn't qualify for a resident permit. Does that make sense? So that's how we would propose the statutory language be written.
Would they qualify for a visitor permit?
That's a very good question. I don't think we've addressed that question in here. So, yeah. My guess is we would require at least 1 resident permit to get the 2 visitor permits. I would think
somebody upstairs could let them use the visitor.
Yeah, and that's possible too. Yeah, if the landlord lived upstairs, they could utilize a visitor permit there. Resident permits, not visitor permits, would need to be tied to a specific vehicle with a specific license number in order for us to use the new license plate scanner technology, which we'll be implementing later this year. And so again, we would need to have a contact for the resident. If they sold their car, purchased a new one, got a new license plate, they'd have to let us know to change the permit, the license plate associated with that permit, and they'd have to keep the permit. Otherwise, we would void the permit and they'd need to purchase a new one.
Is this something that would be handled by customer service?
Yes, it is. Yeah, it'd be administered by customer service. And then the permit would be of the same type and design that we're using today, and I should have brought one with us, but it's about the size of a rear view mirror in height, but it's narrower, and it's color coded to the parking permit program, and it has a permit number associated with that. And so it's just hung on the windshield side of the rear view mirror. It's actually very small. It doesn't hang below the rear view mirror. It just sits on the back side of it, between the rear view mirror and the windshield, and so it's visible from the windshield. Now again, because of the license plate connection, this will be the first parking permit program where we actually link to license plates because of the scanner technology, and so it wouldn't even be a big deal if they didn't have the permit in the window. If their license plate wasn't registered with us and they didn't have a permit and they parked on the street during those time-limited times for more than an hour, they would be cited. So that would be hopefully the reason to come in and get a permit issued. There, go ahead.
I probably should point out too that this license plate reader is still, we don't know exactly what we've got and how efficient it will be. You could very likely be sending up people to issue tickets without the license plate reader.
Yes, that's correct. And, yeah, you could have a patrol officer come through without the license permit.
So that's why the need for
so it'd still be important. Yeah,
to have
still be important to have the
totally perfect that
tag.
system.
Yeah.
Right.
this program works for the Wasatch neighborhood. Is this gonna work in the other historic neighborhoods? Does this work like we have one letter to a resident walking, saying how unhappy she was that there will be tax dollars focused on their neighborhood and nothing to solve where she
Right.
lives? Is it going, will it be able to be implemented in all the neighborhoods?
I think it could. Again, the code requires that someone make application to the council. Could be a council member, could be the mayor, could be an affected resident, and they can, much like Councilmember Santiago, put a proposal together, which then the council would receive and would indicate, yes, we have an interest in pursuing this further. We'll turn it to the administration for their review. And so we did actually have a walking parking permit program in place. It was a delayed effective date, and before the effective date took effect, the council repealed it. So we never implemented the plan. But absolutely, any neighborhood, any subset of the neighborhood could come in and actually make application if there's a specific need.
Is this still considered a pilot program to see how it goes down and how it works?
Yeah, I think this one, again, utilizing the link to license plates will be a new element for us. But I think a very useful one. And so again, we have 3 other parking permit programs currently in existence in the city, and those are working with varying degrees of success, and they're done for varying reasons. The one up near Seven Peaks in the Foothill neighborhoods, actually, when the Foothill subdivision went into place, the development agreement with the council required that there be no on-street parking at all, and all parking would be off-street. And when that subdivision came into existence, they discovered how problematic that could be. And so they actually came and approached us, and we did the parking permit program there in an effort to do something different than what the development agreement required. And that was action taken on the part of the council to do that. Other parking permit programs have been done for other reasons. The one up by the Marriott Center in the Pleasant View neighborhood really was about student employee parking that was being for people who worked at the laundry or vending or other places. It was much closer to park there than to park at the Marriott Center and walk across the street. And again, now that some of those facilities have moved on, we fully anticipate there may come a point at which the Pleasant View neighborhood may come back and say, let's just do away with it. We don't need it anymore. And so again, each parking permit program is uniquely crafted to solve a specific problem.
I might mention too, if that's something that you're interested in or that resident are interested in, the 2 things that Councilmember Santiago did that expedited this and made it much easier. One was bringing kind of a united front from the neighborhood and a consensus.
I'm just wondering if there is a united front, because there is such a huge student population and the residents are shrinking.
Yeah. But that's one of the reasons that this has been able to move so quickly, is they did come with united front, and then they came with specifics. So instead of saying, well, we'd like you to control the parking in our area, they were very specific about, this is how we would like you to control the parking.
I just think this lady needs a response. I'm just thinking, well, I see her. It's just a difficult area right there.
Well, and I think, I don't know if it's in the parking permit program for the Joaquin, but I thought I read it somewhere that they had a hard time figuring out with the higher density places, who gets on-street parking and who gets passes. They didn't have that many units. And then it became a very complicated issue.
It's going to be conquered actually in Joaquin. It's involved in student housing.
It was a very complex formula, and it was property by property that defined how many permits would be available for that property.
What about lost permits?
I'm sorry, lost permits? We've historically we've charged $5 for a lost permit. Again, because it has to be renewed each year, the $15 figure comes back again for the new permit the following year. And so it's really much kind of just basically covers the cost of printing a new laminated permit. So.
I have one more question, Lee. If they looked at Joaquin and did it residential with the owner residing, giving a permit for the homeowner, since there's such a handful, would that work?
It could. Yeah, you could narrow the geographic area to areas where there were more, higher intensity of owner occupants. The way it was originally crafted before was that we essentially took a count of all the on-street parking spaces, and then we took a count of all the residents who didn't have an off-street parking space, and then it was pro rata based on the property. So, for example, if you had 20 students living in, let's say you had 20 living in 5 fourplexes, for lack of anything better, and but there were only 10 parking spaces available there. Then you had 10 students who were forced to park on the street because there was no off-street parking. And so if that constituted 3% of the demand, which wasn't met, then they would get 3% of all the parking permit programs in the parking spaces in the entire area. So that might end up being 4, for example. And so they would get 4 parking spaces that would be 4 parking permits that would be given to that property owner to distribute as he or she chose in the area. And again, no guarantee that you'd be on the street. First come, first serve. No guarantee that there would be a space at 2 o'clock in the morning when somebody got home from a late shift at work. None of those were guarantees, but that's how the program was originally structured. So the code also requires us to go through a cost recovery analysis, and so we basically ran some numbers that are admittedly rough, but probably good enough to define the cost of the parking permit. And so we basically looked at how many permits we would likely issue, and our thinking was that based on the number of dwelling units and the number of cars, we think there's somewhere around 470 resident permits and another 340 visitor permits for a total of about 800 permits that could be issued in the area. And then we went through and looked at the cost of sign fabrication, the annual maintenance of those signs, and then permit supplies, printing postage, staff time, and so on. And so then we basically amortized the capital cost, put in the total program cost, and divided by the number of resident permits, because the proposal was that each residents get 2 free visitor permits, so we can count those in the base. And it came out to $15.31. And interestingly enough, it's about $15 a permit in all the other permit programs in the city for an annual cost. And so again, we liked that it was standard, that it came out to be standard. We have not calculated enforcement costs in any of our permit programs, and even though we think there will be could be a significant increased annual cost in Wasatch because of the 1 hour permit requirement, which will require us basically to make 2 passes for every 1 pass we make in another neighborhood. There could be additional cost, but again, we took a rough estimate of that based on the feedback we had from the police department. Our sense was that we'd like to run this for a couple of semesters and let's see how effective we are and how much time it takes and how much staff we have to add to do that, and the impact of the license plate scanner could significantly reduce that cost. So our proposal is that we not attempt to recoup any of those enforcement costs, at least in the short run. We come back and make a report to you after we've been through 2 semesters of this to see what our actual cost impact was and the revenue versus number of citations issued and the revenue associated with those and the extent to which it might offset costs. So we did try to run some rough numbers. We think it doesn't come anywhere close to the $100,000 if that's truly what it is. That we would probably only recover about 20 to 25 cents on the dollar. But again, it's anybody's guess as to how this works. And again, we probably will not be perfect at making a 1 hour pass. It may be an hour and a half, or in some days, if there's demand other places, it may be longer than that before we would get through, make a pass and chalk tires or run the license plate scanner. So we just like to have a couple of semesters to experiment with it and look at our service level and some of those kinds of things. So
this last sentence prior to next steps, very consistent with our earlier conversations.
Yes, how to solve the gap between policy and the cost of revenue. So next steps, basically, the code requires that you schedule a public hearing. Again, we've tried to come up with a fast track schedule on this so that we could get this done before fall semester starts. And so in order to do that, you'd actually have to hold your public hearing in 2 weeks. And so there's some noticing requirements that you'd have to go through. We've coordinated with the council staff, and they will assume responsibility for the noticing component of this, which, again, council staff has historically done on parking permit programs. And then once you adopt, you then need to adopt a resolution of intent. And then the notice would have to be mailed, posted in a public place, and then following your public hearing, you can enact the ordinance. And if you do that, then a copy of the ordinance is mailed to every address, postal patron at this address, and every owner of record in the parking permit area at the county. Sometimes that results in people getting 2 notices, but that's what's required in the code. And then once that's done, it's just a matter of us getting the signage up and getting the permits printed and setting up an application form and having people apply for permits. So,
There are out-of-state owners there too, so that's helpful to have.
yes, get both. So anyway, that's basically it. We've attached a map along with kind of the calendar that we visited with your council staff about in order to try to get all the pieces done in time to get an implementation prior to fall semester.
What is the capital cost for this? And I just see this here.
That's the signage.
But it says maintenance of sign, and so that's not included.
Right. So yeah, what we've historically done is said if there's a cost associated with signage there, we want, if the neighborhood's getting the benefit, the neighborhood should pay. And so essentially what we did was we said we'll recover that initial cost over 5 years by including an element in the parking permit fee. And we'll also include money each year to replace the signs, update them if they get vandalized, if they're painted over, if they fall down, if they disappear, which happens from time to time, particularly from a student who might want to park there. They just take the sign off at midnight some night. And so there's an annual capital cost associated with maintaining the sign. So the idea was all costs associated with the permit program would be paid by those who own permits.
Except for possible enforcement.
Except for enforcement.
And where we're dealing with that, we're dealing with quality of life, and so that's why we feel maybe the subsidization.
Again, we haven't assessed enforcement cost gap on any other parking permit program, and so we didn't think it was fair to do that in this case until we had a track record, and then the council could make the decision about whether they wanted to pursue that.
Do the fines ever make up that gap, or do the fines go?
Yeah, the fines. I mean, it's hard to assess that because a parking permit violation is a parking permit violation, whether it occurs in whatever neighborhood. So the forensics of going back and going address by address to figure it out, we just haven't undertaken to do that. We tried to run some rough numbers, assuming, for example, that if we think, and I suspect we will, at least in the first 2 semesters, we'll probably issue as many parking permit violations in Wasatch as we do in the other programs combined. And so if we made that assumption, then the revenue would be somewhere around 25% of the enforcement cost, assuming it's $100,000. So I don't think there's probably not a case in which we recover from enforcement the full cost of enforcement. But again, we don't do that in any other police area either. And so there's the police fees collected cover something less than 20% of the total cost of the operation of the police department. So again, that's not unexpected.
The license plate reader might change that dynamic.
Yeah, could change the dynamic. Because those traffic citations get issued very quickly and very small staff time. So
Gary, technically that row in that table should be titled capital.
Yes.
Gotcha. And let's get talking about that. How does this program apply to our thing that we just passed? Is it an appropriate fee? And
assuming you don't include enforcement cost, $15 per permit, assuming the numbers we've talked about, is 100% cost recovery.
That's what it's based on.
That's what it's based on.
Everything here is by precedent. You have precedents.
Yes.
They just follow those precedents.
except for possibly indirect costs.
Yes.
Right, and congestion costs.
And
yeah, there will be no congestion pricing on this one.
This is probably what we ought to do is put this on our 25 per quarter cycle, maybe a year from now.
Yeah.
And then we can answer those questions for you.
So currently with the other neighborhoods, they're paying an annual fee for the.
Yes.
And it's about $15 across the board.
It's $15 across the board, so yeah, so anyway, as it worked out, that was nice that we didn't have to create a different fee.
Yeah,
for
okay.
Wasatch.
I just wanted to mention Mike Fugel's here, and he's the one that deserves all the credit for putting the program together and getting petitions from all over.
Sorry.
Yeah, so when you mentioned it.
Credit or blame.
Anyway, yeah, credit or blame.
Thank you. You were here earlier.
Yes.
Yeah, I was here on the last meeting. It was discussed.
Yeah, and the $15 annual, it was not something that was part of that petition request. They wouldn't have known that. And so
Right.
they can, I'm sure in the neighborhood meeting, they can address that.
Right. I think the concern, again, historically, the council has felt that if a neighborhood wants a parking permit program, that's fine, but residents who live outside the neighborhood shouldn't be expected to subsidize that. And that's the basis on which we made the cost recovery calculation.
Al?
Mr. Chair, I recommend that we ask Karen to consider this as a exemplary case study. The featured in our monthly newsletter to neighborhoods. It seems to me that things went here about as well as we could.
I told Kim we couldn't do it. I'm the pessimist. I don't know if those were exact words, but I was a little pessimistic that the number of things that had to go right for this to be in by the fall semester.
I don't know if we're going to use that quote in the fees.
Brian, you got that for Karen. Thank you. Great. Thank you, Helen. Brian has a comment.
I had one question for Wayne. Although beforehand, just to clarify, so the 950 is just the 4750 from the previous chart divided by 5, right?
That's correct.
That's where the 950
That's correct.
comes.
Yes, that's correct.
New costs.
Right.
The other 2 parking permit programs that are in place only require proof of residence rather than registration of the vehicle. Why? I know that was part of the neighborhood's recommendation, but why did we go with that decision? Why did the parking committee?
Well, I think, Mike may be able to answer that better, but I can tell you what we were told in the parking committee was really a couple of things. One, the concern was that vehicles be licensed in the state of Utah because of air quality requirements, the emissions testing. They felt like we wanted to give an incentive for people to not bring a clunker from out of state and it's not subject to emissions testing, or from out of the county. If someone comes from Rich County, for example, where there's no emissions testing, and they bring a clunker here, which contributes to negative air quality. So one of the things was to create an incentive to register your vehicle there. Also, we get vehicle registration fees for vehicles that are registered in Provo, and so that's a sort of revenue issue for the city. And I think we also just wanted to ensure that we were not having a non-resident come in and say, yeah, I've got I'm living in the basement of this particular home, when they may or may not be. And the vehicle registration was a really convenient way of defining precisely where it was. And again, the other permit programs haven't really been about trying to prevent commuter student parking. And this was kind of a unique case. So again, the parking committee concurred with the recommendation. So we could simplify it certainly in that way, but
I don't necessarily have a concern about the legitimacy of doing it. But I think the council probably should be aware that, one, it imposes a requirement on you in order to get your permit that state law does not impose on you, because if you're an out-of-state student, you don't have to register your car in the state. And 2, it's a variation from the other 2 programs.
Is that because you're setting up a flag about potential litigation?
Well, no, I'm not necessarily saying that I think that there is cause for litigation. I mean, could someone articulate a both faith and credit clause constitutional argument that you're inhibiting interstate commerce, or
The answer is yes.
Yes, yeah. Somebody could come up with that. I'm not really worried about that, but I was just raising the fact that if you are not if you are not legally a resident of the state by virtue of being a student that has not established residency here, you're not required to register your vehicle here. So this imposes, so if you are one of those people and you want to live in this neighborhood, you now have an additional burden that state law doesn't impose on you.
Assuming you wanted to park on the street.
Right.
You can park off the street with any licensed vehicle from any state, we don't care.
So I
Immediately on the street.
didn't bring that up to advocate one way or another. I just thought that it was important maybe to point out that that's the
departure
difference
from
between
policy.
the other programs.
And you can use a guest pass.
And you could use a guest pass, assuming you, yep.
Do you think there's an aid to zoning enforcement with this? Is that seen by the residents as?
I suspect that's the case. Again, you might want to ask Mike, but.
Initially, with it written the way it was, to only park in front of the house the car is registered at, which I'm told is not really practicable to enforce. It would have been a nice additional tool to spot fire code violations where there's, 20 people living in a house that really shouldn't have more than 4 or 5, that kind of thing. But if we can't limit it to one particular address, then that's not so much of an argument. One difference between some of the other neighborhoods and this neighborhood that I would point out, though, is that with houses being rented for school, they tend to be in one address for the entire time that they're in school, unlike me apartment hopping several times at Utah Valley State College back in the day and a couple of times at Weber State as well. The people that move into my ward and into our neighborhood are generally there until they get their bachelor's or master's or sometimes even doctorate degree. And they brought half their kids up through junior primary before they move on to greener pastures. So I think there is that difference between the two neighborhoods.
Thank you. Thank you, Wayne. And thanks to everyone for their work on this. We appreciate this, and we'll look forward to addressing this tonight during our council meeting. All right, our next item, Austin Corey, discussion on a request for an amendment to Provo City Code Section listed here to reduce existing code conflicts and update parking design standards.
Yeah, she's going to
Austin, welcome.
So as he's pulling this up, we'll take a look at for the first one, these are the current parking figures. You can go ahead and stay there, Ryan. These are currently the parking figures that are in our code, and through a recent review, we staff noticed a number of conflicts, just some minor things, but it seems as though they've been updated a few times throughout the years, and a couple of times a few things have been missed, where if you have 2 dimensions and then an overall dimension and they don't actually match up with each other, say an 8 foot and an 8 foot, but then the overall dimension that it gives is 20 feet or something like that. And I think it's basically just errors, not substantially life-changing or anything like that, but it was something that we felt would help to add a little bit of clarity if they actually were matched up better. But in the process too, so this is currently how it goes, and I'll scroll through this really quickly if it's on. Is this on?
Just do this.
So, oh, it's not on. It doesn't have me now, so that's a good thing. So we'll go through this really quickly. Basically, there are 15 different graphics that identify different things. Here's a good example where the dimension that's being shown is for the parking aisle, but the graphic title is trying to describe the hammerhead dimensions that we would require at a dead-end parking stall. But there are 15 of these to try and give a particular parking design for a lot of different unique circumstances. What we decided as we went through and reviewed this to try and offer a little more clarity, if we can go to the current figures, or the new proposed figures, is we changed this now to be simply 4 figures with dimensions referenced by letter, and then a table that would give those dimensions how they are. And then we also added a little more flexibility into it as well, where individuals, some designers like to actually provide wider stalls, and we'd give them some flexibility to narrow up the aisle, because with spatial standards with parking, you just don't need as much backing area if you can start turning sooner and things like that. So we're just trying to update things to make them a little bit cleaner and also a little bit easier to read. I've talked basically just about the figures because that's really where the substance of this ordinance amendment is at. As far as the text goes, we basically just reference the figures, and then anywhere that's in the ordinance that gives an actual dimension to a stall, what's historic in Provo has been the 8.5 by 18. Whenever it actually calls that out in the text, we've struck that so that there's not multiple places where duplicative language is being used to say the same thing that's already been said somewhere else. We're just referencing them to one place, which is these figures in this table. So that being said, is there any questions you have?
Not a question, but I appreciate the delightful typo. Maximum dimensions required in parking lot design, such as staff size. I've noticed that often parking lot staff are undersized. But we're correct.
We might need to correct that one, don't we?
Was this prompted by the other issue of closing the garage and having, was this what kind of prompted that discussion?
Yeah, I know that it's strange because I'm the one in front of you for that one as well. They are completely unrelated.
Because when I was looking at that one, I referred to this code, and I found the first part to be very confusing. What we have in the code was really confusing to me, and what you've done to sort of the graphics are much more, I don't know, they're just more easily understood.
Anything else?
Is this in any way related to tandem parking?
No.
Little. All right, thank you, Corey. Austin, Mr. Corey.
It works either way.
Okay. Thank you. All right, next, Dustin Wright, a discussion on a request for a text amendment to the section listed here in the neighborhood shopping center zone to reduce the acreage requirement for a funeral home from 1.75 to 1.5 acres.
Thank you. So this item is one that you're probably familiar with. Earlier this year, we had a similar request for an ordinance amendment to reduce the acreage requirement for funeral homes in the SC1 zone, or to eliminate the acreage requirement for that use. At this time, and that was denied. This time, the applicants come back again with a new application to have that acreage requirement reduced from 1.75 acres to 1.5 acres, and that's essentially the only difference. The intention with that change or that reduction is to try to help mitigate the concern that has existed of other SC1 zones throughout the city, as would be a citywide impact, to help reduce the amount of SC1 zone properties that would be affected by this change. But if you recall, there were also other concerns that were part of the reason why the proposal was denied, and those were related specifically to, go to the next slide. The property
is it
of
not letting you do it with that one? Is it turned off again?
It's a side button.
There we go.
don't know if you recall this property at 4800 North University Avenue. Currently, the funeral home is being built. It's almost complete on the northern end of this property. And on the southern end of the property, they wanted to be able to have another use there on this property as well for a flower shop. And so they need or would like this reduction of that acreage requirement for the funeral home use so that they could have room for that additional use. And so that was the second part of why this was an issue before and not pass, is that there was still concerns about another use on the property, still generating more traffic than was originally proposed to the neighbors. And when the city had the property and was going through discussions of what should be done with the property and what use should go there, and finally coming on to the funeral home as the proposed use that was accepted by the neighborhood, and the acceptance and trust that they placed in the city of allowing that use and having the 1.75 acre requirement along with the adjacency to an arterial or collector street to help make sure that that use and that use alone would be permitted on this site and not necessarily open the door too much to allow it on other sites throughout the city. So that's kind of a brief background on something that we've heard before. And so if you have any additional questions, I'd be happy to answer those.
Just question about the, we did it so that this would be a funeral home. Is that what you're telling me then? That we did this 1.75 so that only a funeral home can go there? Only a funeral home can go there? Or?
Not only a funeral home, but so the city owned the property and they were looking for someone that wanted to develop there. And a proposal came for a funeral home, which at that time wasn't allowed in the SC1 zone. So there was some discussions, and then an ordinance amendment passed that allowed for funeral homes to be allowed in the SC1 zone if they met that acreage requirement, which was what this site was, 1.75 acres.
And I've had some people ask me, well, can't we do the same type of thing for a floral shop? They're not going to have a lot of traffic, and I know that some of the concern is what would happen if they went out, but what would happen if the funeral home went out, as far as traffic and those type of things?
Yeah, so the funeral home is now a permitted use with that acreage requirement. If they decided to change it from a funeral home to a flower shop, they could. Flower shop is a permitted use in that zone already. I think the concern is that it's adding multiple uses to the one site, and the traffic or the impact that could create on this site was more of what the concern was. So not necessarily what the use ends up being there, but there is that possibility that something, maybe the more intense use that is permitted in that zone other than a flower shop, could take the place of it 6 months down the road or something like that, that could have maybe more of a traffic conflict with the funeral home use and hours of operation and things like that.
So basically what you're telling me then is we just don't want any more traffic there. That's why we're not going to allow that little piece to come off. Because anything that we add will add more traffic than we think we can handle.
Yeah, and we are limited on this site to just one access point. Just right off of this area right here is where the only access to this property is. There can't be any more accesses off of the University Avenue side.
I think that was as much in consideration as anything.
We just want that, and anything else, we just don't, okay. Then that.
So you're right turn in. Right out on University.
And there is, this right here is now located down here. Is that what you're talking about? This access?
That's just an access.
The pump house was an access.
No, it's
yeah, that has just gotten down there. Now the access to this site is just off of.
So our city code says once you get over 250 trips in one day, ADT, average daily trips, once you get over 250, you have to have 2 access points.
This property will only have one because although it has a lot of street frontage, any other access point is problematic. It either has sight distance problems or curve problems, or it's on the highway where UDOT doesn't want to give another one. So we're worried about going over that 250 trips a day. But that's the only issue. The only issue isn't traffic. Honestly, the staff was hesitant to even allow funeral homes in the SC1 zone in the first place because it's not really consistent with the intent of the SC1 zone. So we used a scalpel and we cut very carefully to allow a funeral home to go here in this situation because the neighbors are okay with it. It's not adjacent to another residential neighborhood. And that 1.75 acres was the exact scalpel cut to allow it to go here, but not open the door to other ones in other SC1 zones of the city. So now to come in and start to diminish that requirement that gave the staff the comfort level we needed to bring it forward to you with a straight face, say, this is a good thing, we're in conflict with that.
Has the planning commission heard this item?
Yeah, the planning commission has heard it. Their recommendation is to deny those ordinance amendments.
And I'm gonna, do you want to ask her, do you want?
Yeah, I was just wondering, what's the difference between this proposal and their proposal that we already denied the last time with the flower shop? Was it?
So last time, the proposal was to strike out the 1.75 acres completely. This time they're just asking to reduce it to 1.5 acres, which the intent of that is just to help with other SC1 zone properties throughout the city that are adjacent to residential neighborhoods. There was that concern of funeral home being able to go in those areas as well.
Weren't they putting a flower shop in the mortuary or something? And so that's why they thought that was what they originally came to us with? Or what was the?
That was a discussion. I don't necessarily know if that was a intent or not.
So again, is it the same request?
So what they're requesting now is to be able to have a separate pad site down on the southern end of the.
And they didn't request the pad site before.
No, that was
that's
part
what
of the original.
That's the difference.
Yes.
So 1.75 allows for how many parking stalls there? That's the narrowest funeral home I have ever seen. It's like a wedding chapel in Las Vegas or something. It's just shocking that it's just narrow and highway, road. Do you know how many parking stalls?
I don't recall how many parking stalls, but they do have enough.
I just wondering, like,
that
they got a
use.
big, huge funeral there, like we have Berg in our neighborhood. So where would they park? Because it's major state road and then.
That's another concern we've had.
They meet the
just-
requirement of our minimum parking stalls for that use, but there's always going to be a potential for spillover in that. So
You'll find if it's a huge funeral like someone we knew a while ago, they won't have it there.
They'll move to a chapel.
They'll move somewhere else.
And
Well, they won't even be able to fit them in that size of a check.
And still giving consideration that here you have a mortuary, a floral shop on site. I mean, that's besides the corpse and selling caskets, the flowers are the next big business thing that ties together. And to have them travel across all the roads in that to get flowers there, it just seems like that'd be a bigger hazard than having flowers on site.
Yeah, so adding another site or another pad site for a flower shop would reduce the amount of parking.
Yeah,
that
I
they
know,
do
but it
have.
just having a florist driving across all the roads and just having them there close, or suggesting they put the florist inside, give them space in their mortuary would make such sense. As far as they're such a pain in the bucket to move around and get here or there and have it close, it would just make a good business sense.
All right, thank you, Dustin. And we'll look forward to seeing this item in a couple of weeks.
Okay.
Thank you. And last item before administrative updates is item 12, a discussion on a request for approval to vacate 3 sections of public street right-of-way. The addresses are listed here related to the Energy Campus.
Hello.
Yes, and Sean
Back
Allen.
to our
Yes.
fun energy department site and rebuild. And this is just a one of the steps that needs to be undertaken to complete the process for the expansion and the overall site plan approval. What this does is it vacates 300 west from 800 north to 650 north, and then a small portion of 700 north, and then all of 650 north to Freedom. And we wanted to do that all in one shot for the site. And then we've got a plat that's currently under review to combine all the city properties except for the Google Fiber building, which we have to keep separate. And I believe actually the other north parcel has to stay separate too. Everything looks pretty clean. It's been through the CRC process, and engineering has already granted a final approval. So there doesn't appear to be any traffic concerns with, and no neighborhood complaints either with coming through this portion to Freedom. Their only concern was, do I have access to the park expansion? So, any questions?
Do they have access to the park, or will it be fenced off on that street?
No, I'll have access. Yeah, there'll be a public trail, actually.
I know the trail comes from 800 north down, but does it come from the neighborhood on 700 north?
Yeah, it'll allow that access.
You said the combination of the parcels, that's done through the county, isn't it? Is that what you're talking about?
New plat, subdivision
A
plat.
new plat, okay.
There'll be a separate plat to combine the lots. Yeah.
Okay. If there are no other questions, well, thank you, Sean, for your presentation, and look for this again in a couple of weeks. Mayor Curtis, Mr. Parker, any updates from you?
We had quite a bit, but you guys have used up our time, and so
you'll defer.
Yeah, we'll defer.
All right, great. If there is no request for a closed session still, we'll look for a motion to adjourn our work session.
So moved.
By Ms. Santiago, and a second by Ms. Hales. Those in favor? Thank you.
Senator Charles, I should have looked at it beforehand. I would have seen.